Good evening. At this time, I'd like to call to order the Planning Commission meeting of January 10th, 2022. For viewers watching at home, the commissioners and members of the public are participating via video conference or teleconference, with no exceptions this evening. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I apologize. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Commissioner Lanson?
Here.
Commissioner Link?
Here.
Commissioner McMahon?
Here.
Commissioner Newman?
Present.
Chair Buss?
Present. All right, tonight we have with us Planning Division Manager Kari Finley. Ms. Finley, are there any written comments, announcements, or continuances at this time?
Yes, good evening, Chair Buss and members of the commission. A supplemental packet was distributed and posted earlier this afternoon containing several letters and correspondence regarding item 8A.
Thank you very much. All right, now is the time for public comment. This time, any person may address the commission regarding a city planning matter that is not on this evening's agenda. Should the commission wish to discuss an issue raised by a member of the public, the issue will be referred to staff for scheduling on a future agenda. Anyone who would like to speak under public comments must complete a speaker card and file it with the recording secretary before the public comments portion of the agenda is called. This speaker's remarks should be addressed to the commission as a whole, not to an individual commissioner or staff member. Unless otherwise provided by the commission, speakers are limited to 5 minutes. The screen will show you the remaining time you have. And I believe that we have one speaker this week, Veronica Haverbeck.
Ms. Haverbeck is not logged on.
Ms. Haverbeck is not logged on, so we will then move along. Next, we have the consent calendar with the minutes of November 15th, 2021. Do any of my fellow commissioners have any comments or a motion to approve the minutes?
I move that we approve the minutes as written.
All right.
I will second.
Will the secretary please prepare us for a vote?
Please hold. We're having technical difficulties. One moment. Okay, we're going to do an audio vote. Commissioner Lanson?
Aye.
Commissioner Link?
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon?
Yes.
Commissioner Newman?
Aye.
Chair Buss?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. So do I open this or does Ms. Finley open the nominations for reorganization?
I can open them. So the nominations, at this time, I'd like to open nominations for Planning Commission Chair for 2022. Are there any nominations? Commissioner Lanson.
I'd like to nominate Vice Chair David Newman for chair.
Okay, we have Vice Chair Newman. Are there any additional nominations? Okay, seeing none, the nominations are closed. And this, with the Vice Chair Newman has been nominated to serve as Chair of the Planning Commission for 2022. Would the Secretary please prepare the Commission for a vote? Sure, that's you, Michelle.
All right, we're going to do audio voting again. Commissioner Lanson?
Aye.
Commissioner Link?
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon?
Yes.
Commissioner Newman,
Aye.
Chair Buss.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, at this point now, the new chair will take over the nominations for the vice chair.
Thank you. And before we open the floor, I want to thank my fellow commissioners for putting their trust in me. I'll try to run as efficient a meeting as I can. And with that, I'll open the floor for vice chair of the Planning Commission for 2022. Do we have any nominations? Commissioner Lansing.
To nominate Commissioner McMahon.
Very good, thank you. We have a nomination on the floor for Commissioner McMahon to serve as vice chair. Are there any other nominations? Not seeing any, we will proceed to vote. Would the secretary prepare the commission for a vote, please?
Commissioner Buss,
Aye.
Commissioner Lanson,
Aye.
Commissioner Link,
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon,
Yes.
Chair Newman.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Congratulations, Vice Chair McMahon.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, and with our reorganization complete for the coming year, we will move on to the one item on our public hearing agenda tonight. That is item 8A. Will the clerk please open the public hearing?
Hearing having been advertised as required by law is hereby opened to consider agenda item 8A, housing element HSG 2018-70723, to review and provide a recommendation to the City Council on the housing element update of the Thousand Oaks General Plan. The housing element contains information and goals pertaining to the housing needs, resources, and constraints through 2029, including programs for meeting housing needs for people of all income levels and persons with disabilities. Located citywide, the applicant is the City of Thousand Oaks.
Thank you. And Planning Division Manager Kari Finley will provide introductions for our staff report this evening. Ms. Finley?
Thank you, Chair Newman. Tonight's public hearing item is a follow-up on the Planning Commission's September 27th meeting on the draft housing element. Since then, the draft housing element was submitted to the State Department of Housing and Community Development, also known as HCD, for a mandatory review, and HCD sent the city a comment letter at the conclusion of the review. The purpose of tonight's public hearing is for the Planning Commission to review the comments and corresponding edits and to make a recommendation to the City Council on the revised housing element that covers the planning cycle for the next 8 years. The focus tonight will be on revisions made to address public comments and the comments received from HCD. This evening, the details of the revised housing element will be presented to you by California housing law expert and consultant Veronica Tam of Veronica Tam and Associates. But first, I want to turn this over to the city's housing element project manager, Mr. Ian Holt. So Mr. Holt.
Thank you, Kari. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. I just wanted to, Kari covered it very well, so I will not have much to add as far as the introduction, but I would like to say that staff has especially been appreciative of our working relationship with Veronica Tam and Associates. Again, she's been recognized as the foremost expert in preparation of housing elements. And over her 17 years of experience, she's established a strong collegial working relationship with HCD. So moving forward into tonight's meeting, I would just like to add a point of clarification for the benefit of the public and the Planning Commission. This was something that was shared with the Planning Commission, but the draft housing element provided as part of the Planning Commission staff report packet It only contains a strike through and underline edits in response to the Housing and Community Development's comments. These include additional background information for the needs assessment, housing constraints, housing plan, the Appendix C sites inventory, and as well as Appendix D affirmatively furthering for fair housing sections. Just as a note, HCD does not edit the document directly, but only wants to see the changes from the previous version submitted to HCD. So I basically, I will go through some bullet points as far as the changes that staff has made since the Planning Commission had last seen it, but prior to submitting to HCD. So first of all, in the persons with disabilities section, we've revised it to reflect current terms regarding disabled persons, and that's on pages 22 and 23. Also, one section has been revised to be persons experiencing homelessness. It was previously called homeless persons. That section added the last two paragraphs, and this was based directly on feedback that staff had received from county staff regarding shelter counts during the pandemic. And that is on page 25 of the housing element. Additionally, the farm workers section includes two additional paragraphs, pages 25 and 26, and the addition of an objective under program 6 regarding permanent local housing allocation grants, PLHA, and the city pursuing future funds for the Housing Trust Fund for Ventura County. That's on page 83. And this was advised by the farm workers correspondence that was received as part of the packet that went to the Planning Commission back in September. One thing to note that the Housing Trust Fund for Ventura County does prioritize housing for a variety of special needs groups, and including farm workers. The energy conservation opportunities section removed reference in the second paragraph to gas rebates. This is a section that is basically providing background as far as current energy conservation efforts with this in the city and through the state and the various utility companies. Then the Measure E section, discussion in the housing constraints section also include the current housing numbers, and that's on pages 46 and 47. Further clarification was provided in the flooding section, which identified floodplain areas throughout the city versus the dam inundation areas that are more experienced in the Westlake area. That's on page 73. And then there were a variety of corrections to agency names and stakeholders in the document. And with that, staff would like to acknowledge that there has been a supplemental packet provided to the commissioners, and staff has reviewed that public correspondence and will be prepared to address that as part of staff's response after the public testimony portion of the hearing. With that, I would like to turn it over to Veronica Tam.
Sorry, I'm trying to share and not looking yet. Can I confirm that you're actually looking at the PowerPoint?
Not yet.
Okay, good. Not yet?
We see your screen, but not the PowerPoint.
Okay, let me try again. Okay, I think this works, right?
Yes, it's in slide mode.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ian, for the introduction. Just kind of want to reiterate too, this is a regular process for the housing element where we submit the draft housing element to the state and they come back for comments and there may be iterations or revisions necessary. But this particular draft address, in our opinion, all of the comments. What I would like to do is go through, again, the housing element, just to give some background about the housing element for those who might not have joined us in previous meetings. And then I'll walk through some of the process and also the changes we have made to the housing element. The housing element is part of your general plan, it's part of the mandated element of the general plan. The one big thing that separates the housing element from the rest of the general plan is that it has to be updated every 8 years, whereas your general plan has a longer time frame, usually at least like 15, 20 years. The housing element also has a statutory deadline. The adoption deadline for the Southern California region is October 15, 2021, with a 120-day grace period, February 11, 2022. That would be the end of the grace period for adopting it. There are consequences for non-compliance with state law, definitely one being potential litigation, could be from the state, could be from developer, private residents, nonprofit, but essentially the state has changed the state law to indicate that any individual or agency with an interest in housing can bring in litigation. And in the event of a litigation, the city can also face fines up to $100,000 per month for the first 3 months, and then escalate to up to $600,000 per month for longer in non-compliance status. The city would also potentially be ineligible for state grants, particularly for housing. So the housing element has to be sent to the state for review. The agency responsible for that is the State Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD. As I mentioned before, it's a normal process to go through these iterations of review by the state, based on the statutory guidelines, well, not guidelines, actually statutory requirements of the housing element law, the housing element would be judged against those. And there are prescribed contents of the housing element. We have to include a needs assessment of not only the existing and future, but also the future needs of housing in the city of Thousand Oaks. Resources, what are the resources and opportunities for providing housing in terms of land capacity, in terms of financial capacity, in terms of administrative capacity. We also need to look at constraints in providing for housing and constraints, particularly for governmental constraints. Constraints that as a local jurisdiction, you have the ability to impact. Whereas there are other constraints such as market, environmental, and infrastructure that you have a little bit less control over. The state law obligates jurisdictions to mitigate governmental constraints. And then the last and most important piece of the housing element is your housing plan. What are the actions that the city is going to undertake over the next 8 years in order to provide for housing? So the 6-cycle housing NEMA that we are working on covers the 8-year period of 2021 to 2029. It has the following housing goals. Essentially, 5 of them primarily provide a variety of housing opportunities for all income groups, providing housing opportunities for persons with special needs, maintaining and improving existing housing, preserving existing affordable housing opportunities, and also affirmatively furthering fair housing. Affirmatively furthering fair housing is new state law passed in 2017, and that has a significant change. It's a significant change in state law and has a significant impact on overall how the housing element commitments have to be, and particularly in addressing how the city would be able to distribute sites, housing units throughout the city. In the housing plan section, we have about 17 programs and 43 different objectives, and they each include a time frame and actions in that. And so these are the things that the city is committed to, if adopted, committed to implement over the next 8 years. So in updating the housing element, what we have done is updating the statistics that are used to describe the needs in the community. We look at the market conditions, the community context, and some other local data. A lot of the data came from the American Community Survey. We also looked at the regional housing needs allocation, which is the framework, which is the most critical component of HCD's review for compliance with state law, is your ability to meet the regional housing needs allocation. there is virtually no jurisdiction that can have a compliant housing element without the ability to meet the regional housing needs allocation. And for the 8 years or so, your regional housing needs allocation is 2,621 units. That obviously is a substantial increase from your fifth cycle, but this is a number that's been assigned by the state and by SCAG. That's our obligation to meet from a housing site perspective. RHNA is to make sure that from a land use policy, and also development regulations, that you have created an environment that allow the units to occur. It's not an obligation to construct. You have no control over the market. You're not a private developer, so you cannot, you're not obligated to make sure the units are constructed, but you're obligated to make sure that your land use policy and your development regulations act in good faith to actually provide for the opportunities for housing to occur should the market calls for it. Having community outreach is an important component of the housing element. And because the housing element was conducted in conjunction as part of the general plan update, and at the initial stage, definitely the outreach for the housing element was conducted in conjunction with the outreach for the general plan update. It was kind of outreach was conducted in 3 different phases with the existing conditions, kind of exploring the existing conditions that happened during 2019, and the listening and visioning process that also happened during 2019, and policy development and plan alternatives that starting at the end of 2019, and much of that happens during the pandemic, and we are going to continue with that with the general plan update into the future, but most of the outreach occurred, started in 2019. In Appendix A of the housing element, we have provided a list of the outreach activities, and so anybody who wants more detail about what has taken place and what are the typical, what are the comments received and how, and that would be summarized in Appendix A. In terms of the housing element, kind of give you an idea about the milestones and what are the key accomplishments. With the endorsement of the preferred land use alternative, which happened on May 25th, 2021, that is the major piece of information that we needed in order to identify sites for the regional housing needs allocation. So once we got the preferred land use alternative approved by the city council, we began really finishing the housing element, and we were able to get a draft up by September 22nd, made it available for public review. The planning commission reviewed that at a meeting, and we submitted that to the HCD about a month later for HCD review. We got comments back from HCD by about December the 3rd. In the past, when HCD had time, they usually would give us time to revise the housing element prior to them sending the comment letter. But this round has been HCD has been really inundated, and also there's been so much changes in state law, they're not able to accommodate time for us to make revisions prior to them sending us the comment letter. We only were able to get a call with the state the day before the letter was sent to the city. So once we gotten the letter, we've been working diligently to get the revised draft housing element responding to HCD comments. The revised draft was made available to the public on January 5th. So during the draft housing element process, we have also received public comments, and those are addressed in the housing element. Mainly, some of the comments would be strengthening the actions to promote and incentivize affordable housing, adding discussions about farm worker housing, how needs in the community, clarifying the methodology of how we selected the sites, and move up some timelines for the inclusionary housing and linkage fee program, and adding more concrete actions and goals. Remove promotion of gas rebates in its energy conservation efforts, and clarifying flooding discussions. These are the comments that we received prior to sending the housing element to HCD, and these are already addressed before we send it to the state. Once we send it to the state, state went through is really extensive and stringent review of the housing element. As mentioned before, this is there's been significant changes to state law since the city last updated the housing element. There've been probably no fewer than 50 pieces of housing legislation related. So the housing element review has been definitely more extensive in terms of compared to previous rounds. One of the first set of comments relate to the affirmatively furthering fair housing. It wanted us to add discussions about disproportionate housing needs for persons with homelessness, and so we've added that discussions in the appendix. It wanted us to provide further analysis about how the preferred land use alternative further affordable housing and also affirmatively furthering fair housing. So the appendix has been expanded to look at how the sites inventory, the sites are selected because those are sites have access to opportunities in transit. Even though they're in low resource areas, they are areas that have access to jobs, transit, and services. And that's the reason why those sites are the preferred land use alternatives is designed in that way. We have also included housing programs and activities to improve the neighborhoods and promote housing mobility in the community in response to that. We also added discussions about what are the outreach activities conducted as part of the site selection process when developing the preferred land use plan. We also added a new section in the AFFH, affirmatively furthering fair housing, relating to place-based strategies to improve existing conditions in neighborhoods. And another comment related to the affirmatively furthering housing is to prioritize the contributing factors, because there are a lot of contributing factors to fair housing issues, and the state recognizes that the city would not have all the resources to address everything, so there should be some prioritization. And we have since done that, and also added new actions improve, again, like we mentioned before, to improve conditions in neighborhoods that currently are considered to be low resource, and to promote mobility so that people would have access to housing in higher resource areas. The next comment is really a technical question. Just the state wanted to the city to estimate the number of units requiring rehabilitation based on local knowledge, not just based on statistics such as age of housing stock and other type of demographic housing data, but primarily, so we have included an estimate based on discussions with code enforcement and getting narratives from the code enforcement staff on that. The next set of comments comes from, kind of relates to site inventory. The first comment relates to pipeline projects. It wanted us to make sure that some of the sites that we identify as pipeline projects actually have the ability to be permitted or begin construction within the 8-year time frame. And so we have since done that and added time frame of the pipeline project, but we did delete one pending project because the status is not quite affirmed yet. So we did delete one project from the pending project. Site inventory table format, it wanted us to provide general planning zoning destination So we added the general plan, but there's no way that we can put in the zoning yet because it's brand new. The only thing that we can currently call it is going to be mixed use because most of the sites that we are using for the regional housing needs allocation are mixed use sites. But we did have to explain to city that the HCD that this is just what we are going to call it, but there is no zoning regulations yet. Realistic capacity about the sites, we wanted us to make sure that we estimate properly because there are sites that allow 100% non-commercial, non-residential use. Mixed use sites allow for mixed use, non-residential use and residential uses. So there are some potential that some sites in the mixed use sites inventory may not actually end up being residential mixed use project. We added a discussion on that we selected the sites based on the fact that they're most likely going to include housing. And also we use the minimum density in estimating capacity because we don't have, the city doesn't have a trend. And therefore, even though the site allows 20 to 30 units to the acre, we under state law, we can only use the minimum density to estimate the trend. So that's as realistic as we and conservative as we can be in the estimating. Small sites, state law basically said if a site is too small, like less than half an acre, it's not feasible for lower income housing unless you can demonstrate a trend. Only 83 units in our regional housing needs allocation is relying on sites that's less than half an acre. And it's primarily because they are located, those small sites are in areas that we can make sense to consolidate with the neighboring parcels into a larger property. So we have some explanation of that. But also we showed there are examples that the city had done, Hillcrest Villa and also Garden View Terrace, both 100% affordable projects on very small sites. So that's basically how we have addressed the state comment on that. Non-vacant sites, again, new state law, if more than 50% of our low-income RHNA relies on non-vacant sites, it's a very high bar that we have to meet in order to demonstrate that the existing uses are not going to impede development in the future. So the city has created incentives to build housing with the new mixed use destination. And certainly that destination is based on the trend of how developers have been requesting general plan amendments to allow for housing. So there's certainly a demonstrated trend there and need there in the community. There is not any kind of converting of existing uses. We have used some of the mall sites, shopping center sites. However, we're not anticipating that the mall will go away or those retail uses will go away. The way we estimated the capacity is very conservative, only using a portion of the site and primarily part of the parking area so that it can be that the existing users can continue to use. We also have findings from the market report that shows high vacancy rates in some of the retail uses. The next comment on emergency shelters. This is a state law that requires local jurisdictions to, in their zoning code, allow for emergency shelters to be located. However, we do have to demonstrate that the areas where you allow emergency shelter does contain capacity. And so we elaborate on the existing uses in the specific plan and the available acreage. And so they're compared to your homeless unsheltered population of about 300, there's definitely adequate capacity. Again, this is not a requirement for the city to build an emergency shelter. It's a requirement to demonstrate that you have the capacity for it. Accessory dwelling units, this is new state law. The new state law requires the cities to look at to promote the development of ADUs, and we have since added action to that. And the state also mentioned that the city's ADU ordinance, as it's written right now, does not comply with state law. There's some inconsistency. And so we have added the program in the housing element that the city, once they actually get the comments back from the state on the ADU ordinance, the city will begin amending that to ensure that it's consistent with state law. The next set of comments relates to governmental constraints. As I mentioned before, that when we have to look at a variety of constraints when it comes to housing production, but the part that you are definitely obligated to mitigate are governmental constraints, because these are rules and regulations that you have the ability to impact as a local jurisdiction. So it asks the city to make sure that your multifamily development standards are in such a way that it can accommodate housing at the density that you're proposing under your general plan. And you will be evaluating that in the future. So the housing element program added the discussions about your height, and also added a program to that you will be developing zoning standards to facilitate development at the allowable densities. And so new standards will provide certainty for development in the future. So that's relating to that, to development standards. The next comment relates to your processing and procedures. Make sure that it's not constraining and that it doesn't substantially add to the cost of housing. So the housing element has been revised to add the narrative on your procedures and findings for approving housing development in the city, but also emphasizes that program 2 there is an includes an objective of amending your zoning code for by right approval for certain types of projects as required under state law. It also talks about streamlining through your objective standards and ministerial review for qualifying projects under SB 35. So these are new state law that the city has to comply, and how those would ensure that your process for approving housing to be more streamlined. Housing for persons with disabilities, the state has taken a stand about residential care facility for 7 or more persons, that it should be looked at as what kind of potential constraints there are for housing, larger housing for persons with disabilities. So in the housing element, we added an action that the city will be reviewing is zoning provisions in the future and amend the zoning code as appropriate to mitigate constraints. We have not predetermined how the city would be amending it, but it's something that the city will be studying and amending the code in the future. In special needs population, the state wanted us to look at particularly, what are the resources available for addressing the special needs population. So in every special needs population in the needs assessment, we added a list of resources available to those groups. The next set of programs, comments relates to programs. Timeline for implementation, the state wanted timeline for as many programs as possible and as specific as possible. So we revised the housing element and to the extent that we can add a timeline throughout the housing plan. Shortfall for adequate sites, certainly without the preferred land use plan, the city would not have adequate sites to meet its regional housing needs allocation. So we have a program in the housing element to make sure that you commit to developing zoning standards that allow you to facilitate the development at the allowable density as envisioned by the general plan, and to make sure that we'll meet the shortfall of the sites. And replacement housing, there is a requirement to replace existing housing on site if the existing housing is occupied or deed restricted for low-income persons. I believe there may be just a couple of very few units are currently very few sites currently have existing housing on it, but we did add the replacement housing language to program 1, the adequate sites program. Sites to facilitate redevelopment of the non-vacant sites. Again, because the majority of the city's RHNA is going to be fulfilled on non-vacant sites, the state wants to see more actions from the state to incentivize development. And so we have included that under program 16, how to encourage development in commercial sites and putting more housing in also high resource areas. Programs for extremely low income households. This is something that is required. The state wants more emphasis or specifically mention extremely low income households and special needs households when it comes to developing affordable housing. And so we revised that to emphasize the needs of these households. Removal of governmental constraints. As we mentioned before in the different governmental constraints comments earlier, we have identified some additional actions that the city can take. And so those being revised in the housing programs. AFFH, we've at the first set of comments, we have certainly beefed up some of the analysis, and the state wanted us to make sure that we also revise the actions to so that there are there's more clear correlation between the analysis and the planned actions, and more specific timelines and outcomes. And I think lastly is again, the ADUs to incentivize the development of ADUs in the city. There are specific actions that we we included in the housing element. 1, to promote grants available at the state level to allow homeowners to build ADUs. That's from the California Housing Finance Agency. Homeowners can get a grant of $25,000 if they're income eligible to help them build ADUs. The other program that we added is to make sure that ADU applicants also are aware of the source of income protection, that rental units cannot be denied based on, if somebody is applying to rent a unit, they cannot be denied based on the source of their income if it's coming from housing choice vouchers, for example. That would be one way to make sure that people have access to ADUs and access to areas that normally may not be available to them, and so higher resource areas. So with that, I conclude the summary of the comments and additions that we've made to the housing element. The next steps certainly are hopefully with tonight's meeting that we would get a recommendation from the City Council, from the Planning Commission, to move forward to the City Council and for City Council adoption by January 25th, and then we'll submit the adopted element to the state by February 11th. So with that, I conclude my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Veronica, can you put it to the next slide for me, please?
Okay.
Thanks. All right, so just to reiterate, a quick conclusion and staff's recommendation. Basically, the housing element has been updated and prepared according to state housing law, and staff's addressed HCD's comments. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution recommending that the City Council approve the general plan amendment and adopt the 2021-2029 housing element, and find that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA pursuant to Government Code Section 15061B3. And with that, that would conclude staff and Veronica's presentation, and we are available for your questions. Oh, Chair, you're muted.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Holt, for your presentation, and thank you, Ms. Tam, for yours. Before we move to staff questions and comments, I'd like to ask a question of either Mr. Parker or Mr. Heher about the structure of how we'll proceed tonight. Staff's request of us as a commission this evening is for a simple up or down vote of recommendation to the council. And I expect later this evening, we will hold that vote. There are already several requests for changes to this document from the public, and commissioners may have additional such requests as we go through the evening. So I guess my question is, how will we handle the change requests as they come in? Is this something where we'll suggest changes in language and then have votes on each change, or how will we proceed on those? Mr. Parker or Mr. Heger?
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you in the Planning Commission this evening. In terms of recommendation to City Council, included in the recommendations can be slight alterations to what goes forward that would need to be included in an amended motion and obviously agreed upon by your fellow commissioners in the majority. In terms of changes, those changes or amendments to the recommendation would move forward to City Council, and as always with policy documents, they will have final approval authority.
Okay, and if the emendations are more than slight, what is the process for handling those?
We will have to see what the amendments or changes would be, and we have to address them accordingly.
Okay.
Ideally, whatever recommendations come forward, we would address prior to going to City Council in one form or another.
I would also state, Chair, that we're at a stage now where we should be fine-tuning this document. We've gone through a big process with public outreach, and I realize that today we received a number of supplemental comments, but frankly, looking at many of those supplemental comments, either they're not applicable or there's something for a future document, or they are addressed, just they haven't been seen by that person who's making that comment. So I think there's many of those comments that we received today, for example, are things that have been addressed to some extent in the document. I just want to emphasize that we're at a point now where we're trying to fine tune this before we bring it to City Council at the end of this month, because it must be adopted or presented to the state by February.
Thank you, Mr. Heger. I understand the deadline very well. I'm asking a process question here. In terms of let's move ahead with commission questions and comments. Commissioner Lanson, see you have your hand up.
Thank you, Chair Newman. First, I want to thank Ms. Tam and Mr. Holt and the entire team for going through this process and putting together the revised draft based upon HCD's comments. I have procedural and substantive questions, and I thought I would break those up and ask substantive a little later on after the public comment, and really just focus on the procedure to make sure all of us kind of understand exactly where we are and where things are going. The last slide I think Ms. Tam put up was it goes from our commission, depending on whatever we do, and it goes to City Council, and there's a deadline to submit. Is there no communication with HCD between now and February 11th?
Ian, you want me to answer this one?
Yes, please,
Sure.
Veronica.
Okay. We can have some informal communication, but they will not offer official review of the revised document until you submitted it.
So, and the reason I asked the question, I guess, is, it seems based on this, we have one shot to basically revise it according to what it is, hopefully they're looking for. And I guess the question being is if they come back and they're not happy by that deadline, all of those horrible things, do those kick in, even though we, quote unquote, maybe have substantially complied? Well,
actually, I think we'll bring back up the whole concept about the housing element version 2.0, because we adopted the housing element. The process we're going was we were going in the way according to how state law was written before, and of course they change the state law all the time, and so we are moving forward with the adoption. However, you're still doing a general plan update, and so when you do your general plan update, let's say if we get comments back from the state after we adopted the housing element, submitted to them for their review, they have 60 days to look at it. And at the end of the 60 days, they said, well, we still have comments. Then we would be working on it as part of the general plan update. You'll be readopting it as part of the general plan.
Would it be deemed retroactively approved back to the dates so that we've satisfied the requirement?
It's just basically the same. You wouldn't be, nobody would, I should say, the state would not be taking action to the city or legal action to the city if you're actively working on it. And so, and we are actively working on it. So I think it would not be considered retroactively approved. It just will show that you're continuing to work on it until it gets approved. But what we wanted to do is at least meet the statutory deadline for adoption, knowing that we could get more comments from the state, but if we do, we will be addressing it as part of the general plan update.
And the reason even I asked is that it looks like, and again, I agree with you that a lot of it was analysis and examples of what they were looking for. And for instance, I was looking at the small site, there are comments and then your response, and that seems like an area there may be more negotiation. So I didn't know if there was a drop dead date, it's either you make it or not, or if there's continuing a dialogue that goes on beyond that.
And in fact, this is the process the state had quote unquote recommended us to take it because they're so inundated. In the past cycles, they usually give us at least 2-3 weeks. And in fact, they had originally promised that we will get a month before they finalize the comments, that we will be able to review the comments, revise the housing elements, submit it to them for their revision prior to them giving us the letter. But they have been so inundated, and I think the reviewers are looking at close to 100 housing elements right now. And so that they're not able to provide that kind of guidance to us, and we kept pushing them for a meeting, and we were only able to get a meeting with them the day before they were sending us the letter. So we're doing the best we can, and everybody else is. Everybody else in the Skag region is facing the same process. I just did a research last week. So far, less than, I can count the housing elements approved in the Skag region within my 10 fingers. And so everybody is going through that, and you actually have the advantage of having a general plan update, and that to kind of resolve some of the additional issues during that process.
Yeah, they've learned the lesson. Unfortunately, when you have a grace period, it's pretty much an extended deadline. In terms of HCD's comments, the letter that we just went through, or that's part of the package, that's the full extent of their criticism of our submission. There's no additional comments that we have to worry about?
They're not allowed to bring in new comments in subsequent review unless there are some discovery that that reviews something else that they were not aware of before. But usually we work from that letter, and then the comments get subsequent revisions get more focused.
Okay, and one thing last question here, you referred to the objective standards process, which I don't know if that's actually even being heard by City Council at some point. Does that have to be resolved before our submission as well, or can that be done after the fact?
No, It's part of a program action that the city will be undertaking, but it's not something that has to be done. There's so much state law that staff is constantly working on, and definitely objective standards is not an easy task, but that will be something that the staff will be working on in the future.
Okay, again, I have some substantive things I'll ask later on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lanson. Commissioner Lane.
Thank you, Chair Newman. And thank you, Ms. Tam and Mr. Holt for your presentation. And my congratulations to you for turning this around in the span of a month and getting it on our agenda. I know the comment letter was received on December 3rd. And having just witnessed this process in the city of Simi Valley, I know this is no small undertaking. So I appreciate the expediency, especially since we have a deadline. My comments or questions are just focused on the underlying portion. I mean, again, this is sort of a fine-tuning exercise here in response to the comments received from HCD. So a lot of these are just going to be for my own edification. But what is the difference between using the term homeless versus persons experiencing homelessness?
I think that is a preference issue, it's up to the city. In the past, using the term homeless is acceptable. Increasingly, people feel like that the term persons experiencing homelessness is a little bit more respectful.
So less of a negative connotation. Okay.
Right.
Now, there were various different counts. One of them was conducted in 2020, another in 2021. So there's various measures of the persons experiencing homelessness. And at one point there was 366, but the official count was considered to be 300 persons. How did we arrive at 300?
Off the top of my head, I don't recall, but then definitely we rely on the point in time count by the county, and it's actually written in state law that you use the point in time count, whatever is the most current version of it.
Okay. So in fact, that was 242 at some point. And again, my own edification, overcrowded conditions. One of them was housing units with more than one person per room. I shared a bedroom with my older brother for the better part of 12 years. So what's the qualification of more than, are we talking adults?
It's actually, this is the standard used in a lot of state housing programs, and also in the census. That's kind of how they measure, is one person per room, including living rooms and dining rooms, and excluding bedrooms and excluding bathrooms and kitchens. And so, for example, a one-bedroom apartment with a living room and dining room could actually have 3 people to be considered not overcrowding. But that's just a standard for measure. That's not a legal standard.
Okay, understood. And then I believe it was page 70, as far as the, again, going back to objective standards, as far as the by right approvals were concerned, what would constitute a minor modification to an objective standard?
I'm not entirely sure about the minor modification part, and I think the staff may have to answer that, but that's not necessarily, I'm gonna have to rely on Ian or Karen.
Yes. Yeah, thanks, Veronica. The minor modification, I mean, currently in the municipal code, there is the practice of applying minor modifications, and that can be adjustments of setbacks and other kind of zoning criteria. As part of the objective standards package that we presented to the Planning Commission, there were, within just those objective standards, there was a variety of criteria, and there were minor modifications that were allowed to be made. Some could be done by the director level, but some of the more important ones in terms of, building form, some of the more substantial bulk and form type standards would require a Planning Commission review. So that is something that yet has to be presented to the City Council, but basically that section was written based on the premise that those objective standards would go forward.
So at what point does a minor modification of an objective standard then turn that objective standard into a subjective standard if there is interpretation of said standard?
Well, actually, so as part of the objective standards going forward, there are a new set of findings as well. And there was one particular finding removed, the one that's, that is found to be detrimental to the health and safety of people. And, that can be perceived as having some subjectivity. So that finding has been removed. And then overall, it would just basically be, up to the decision maker to see what is the compensating design factor, as far as making that finding. So, and then, I mean, at that point, if an applicant is asking for a minor modification, they're stepping out of the bounds of the whole objective standard criteria. I mean, the whole premise behind objective standards is like, if you meet the standards, you get to go forward with, for the most part, straightforward planning approval. Once you get into the minor modification realm, then there is discretion.
Understood. And then lastly, just a general comment. I think it might be helpful for both the public and HCD if, as far as the numbers were concerned in the various tables, if we struck the entire number as opposed to leaving the leading digit. I was getting a little confused in there in some cases, like we had 1663, but the 663 was struck, and then we added the 685 at the end. So I'm thinking, oh, we get only 685, but no, it's 1685, not 1663. So just general.
Noted.
And that's it for me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there other commissioners that have questions or comments of staff? Commissioner McMahon.
I have two.
I'm sorry, Vice Chair McMahon.
Thank you. I have two minor ones just for my own understanding. The first one is on page 122, and it's the land inventory summary to meet RHNA. And I was just curious where you say above moderate, would you characterize above moderate as market rate?
Above moderate is definitely market rate. These are generally people who make more than 100% of the area median income, and definitely in Ventura, that's definitely market rate housing.
Okay, and then my other question is when you were showing the diagrams of the mall sites and the different areas on the mall sites, would those areas need a lot split when that happened, or would they just be one property still?
Right now, the parcels are less than 10 acre. They're not, and that's the strange things about state law. The sites cannot be too small, but they cannot be too large. It cannot be less than half an acre, but it cannot be larger than 10 acres. So, but I think the mall sites are generally small. The parcels are smaller, but it's up to the property owner whether how they want to reconfigure. And frankly, that's the most logical locations based on the current building configurations, but the property owner may choose to do it a little differently. Right now, we're not speculating on how exactly they're going to do it.
Okay, thank you. And my last item, I think I'm going to wait a little bit because it's more substantial. So I'll wait on that one.
Very good. Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Buss, do you have any questions or comments of staff?
One quick question for clarification on my end. On page 6 of the response letter from the from HCD, the shortfall of adequate sites, is that what you were, Ms. Tam, is that what you were addressing when you were discussing the fact that we haven't established our zoning yet? That's why we're unable to fulfill that. I just wanted to make sure I was equating that with that issue. Okay.
Yeah, correct.
I don't have any further questions at this time.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. I've got several questions. I'll try to save some of these for later, but I first want to start by thanking Mr. Holt and Ms. Tam and echoing Commissioner Link's comments. I know you had a lot of changes to make in a short time, and you did it over the holiday and got this all ready for us, and thank you for that. I'd further recommend that Ms. Tam's presentation tonight, if it's not already there, I didn't see it, but if it's not there yet, it would be very informative to have your slide deck up on the TOaks 2045 website. I think you've done a nice job of explaining the back and forth between the city and HCD on this. So jumping into my questions, just as a sanity check, the scope of this housing element update, I think I heard Ms. Tam say that we update the housing element every 8 years. And so the time frame for this, the scope of the changes, the numbers we're dealing with here are like 2029, 2030 numbers, not 2045 numbers, correct?
That is correct.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Just a very minor note, typo on page 3. One easy way we can make about 1/3 of all city residents much happier with us is if we spell Newbury Park correctly on page 3. Moving on to more substantive matters. On page 38, there is a chart, and I'm just calling it up now. This is table 29, the land inventory summary to meet RENA. So this table on page 38 lists a total of 724 projects. And I've got 2 questions on that. One is, of these 724 units, how many will require changes that are contemplated in the land use element?
Okay. Can you?
Chair Newman, you said 729 on
724.
724. Okay, so that's the total amount in the pending projects that are in the planning process.
Yes, sir.
So, well, I would have to go back to the sites inventory, but your question is how many of those are reliant on the land use map?
On changes that we're looking at to the land use element.
Okay, let me,
Commissioner Newman, for clarification, are you referring to the land use map endorsed by City Council as part of the general plan update?
Yes.
None of those projects are reliant upon that map. All of these projects rely upon current zoning, and they're being processed under current standards, whether it be general plan, zoning map, or zoning code.
Okay, so now let's fast forward. Based on that, Mr. Parker, let's fast forward to the land use element. Does that also mean that because these are already based on current zoning, that none of these 724 will need changes in the land use element when we come to that?
Are you referring to, once again, the land use map endorsed by City Council?
My first question the second question I'm referring to the upcoming changes to the land use element. My confusion here is the following, is when I read this table and I read the text before it, I wondered if these are already in the planning process, and we're talking about changes to the land use element. Why would these need any changes to that element, the land use element, if they're already in process?
may I clarify?
Please.
So, Chair Newman, you're asking specifically about the pending projects, and those are the ones that are in the process. And out of those, let's see here. I mean, one of them, the Daylight Project, which is 1872 Newberry Road, is approved. So that general plan amendment has occurred under the current general plan. So that is a land use change. the Amgen site at 2150 Hillcrest Road also, I mean, most of these require a general plan amendment. The thing is that they are currently in the process and are likely to go through that process prior to the adoption of the general plan and the preferred land use map.
Okay, so I'm still unclear on this. Are any of the 724, including the ones you mentioned, does that mean that there will be updates to the land use element for these projects, some of these projects already in progress?
Yes,
Okay,
under the current general plan.
okay. Besides the projects you just identified, are there any others that will require changes to the land use element?
No, that's what distinguishes pipeline projects. Pipeline projects are those that are entitled, they already match what's on our land use map today. The pending projects, the most of which do contain a legislative act for a general plan amendment, with the exception of the Artelon single family subdivision, which is 10 units. You have the Long Court. I mean, some of these are allocations within the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan. So there was a allocation given. Now there wasn't a change to the map, but larger projects such as the Daylight project in Newberry and the Amgen actually require a general plan amendment. As well, as well as the Chappelle Apartments in Rancho Conejo.
Okay, thank you for that distinction between pending and pipeline. That helps clarify things a bit. I've got a number of questions on voter protections with regard to Measure E, SOAR, and the Parks Initiative, which is not mentioned at all here. But let's come back to those after public comments and after staff has had a chance to respond to those comments. And let's move on to later in the document, page 80. And I just want to double check that the timeline stated here is correct. This is on page 80, where it stated that the deadline for the adopting a land use map is December 2023. And and my question is, that's not a typo? It's not December 2022?
Chair Newman, that is not a deadline. That is a projected timeline, and it is a conservative timeline. While we will continue working on the general plan update throughout 2022, we may adopt it prior to that date, but essentially the 2023 timeframe is a cushion to take into account other factors through the general plan update process.
So are you saying then that it may be later than December 2023? Or you're saying you're setting an outsized amount of time to have that cushion? I think you're saying the latter. I just want to be clear.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
All right. Okay, moving on to table C8. And this is on pages C11 through C18. Bear with me just a moment while I go there. This is the table listing mixed-use sites throughout the city. So pages C11 through C18, it's a big table, and it lists 88 parcels. Almost half of these, 40 parcels, are targeted for 100% very low or low-income housing, 100%, and 9 are targeted as 25% very low and low-income housing. So I have two questions about this. These targets, which strike me as quite ambitious. Are we really asserting here, especially after the recent Caruso approvals, that the city will produce 1,239 very low and low income units, all in mixed use areas? Is that really what we're representing with this table?
I can answer that. And as I mentioned before in the PowerPoint presentation, the RENA is that you provide sites to potentially accommodate. You're not saying that you're going to build that many units. One thing that I did not repeat from previous meetings is that we are looking for sites that is considered feasible for lower income housing based on density. And the state default density for a jurisdiction in Ventura County for jurisdictions with over 100,000 population is a default density of 30 units to the acre. So that's only the mixed use areas that we are primarily having the opportunity to do that. So this is talking about this is feasible for lower income housing based on density. It doesn't mean that you're building that many. Now, we did not, for the really large sites, we did it by, we did do like a splitting, like a mixed income kind of allocation. Just because the sites are really large, like the mall sites are really large. And so that's why we use a split income strategy. But again, this is feasibility based on density as prescribed by state law.
One of the things I liked in your presentation was your response to HCD question. This was HCD question 3 in your slides. There was this notion of realistic capacity. And that's really what I'm asking here is 1,239, which is almost half of all the mixed use allocations, is that a realistic number? Or is this just a performative dance between the city and the state?
It's the way how site inventory has to be accounted for. You have to allocate a unit to a different income category based on density. And we can certainly allocate less, even though we could do based on just, again, based on density is feasible for lower income. You can do a lower assumption, but that just means that you have to identify a lot more sites.
One of the warnings we received going into this exercise, and you reiterated it a bit at the top of your presentation, is that if we do not pass this update, and in a larger sense, if we don't comply with certain state mandates, we could be in some legal jeopardy. And the concern I'm raising here is that, well, I'm an affordable housing supporter, and I'd like to see much more production here. And while that is the city goal, the city council's a priority that city council has explicitly set. My concern is that if we're saying, oh yeah, we're doing it. Look, we've identified, we've made places for nearly half of the sites we've identified, or half of the units, and then we don't produce that. Is that actually going to increase our legal jeopardy? When at the end of this cycle, because of this unrealistic goal, we don't come close to meeting it?
No, but I may, if Ian feel like if you want to chime in on this, but as I mentioned before, the RENA is to make sure that you have adequate sites at appropriate densities and development standards to accommodate that. But production is not an obligation as of now. Now, state can change its mind like they do all the time.
Yeah, before, right?
But as of the current law is not the requirement. And I think the state definitely recognizes that it's extremely expensive to build affordable housing. And so there is not enough resources, funding available at the state, federal, local level to actually build all these affordable units. And your good faith effort is make sure that you have the sites, and also you are working on your inclusionary and your linkage fee. Those are your good faith efforts.
Well, I'll come back to inclusionary housing. That's a whole other ball of wax.
If I may, Chair, just to remind everybody that the housing element it's a technical document, right? I mean, we understand the last few years the state has mandated and new regulations have made it certainly much more difficult with complying with these new obligations, and the penalties for not complying are even greater now, obviously, right? And all of that goes into this process of trying to help push more housing and make cities responsible for helping that process, right? But even with those mandates, we are going to comply with the formula that the housing element that the state requires in the housing element, and that's what we're doing here. So we have this formula that we are complying with, and we believe SAP believes obviously that we are doing so with the changes that they made as far as the comments that they made in the letter that we received. But I don't want to underemphasize the fact that typically, as Mr. Lanson might have said earlier, typically we have this discussion time period that the state has, with HCD has with each agency. We didn't get that opportunity. And part of that is because these new laws came in and HCD is stuck with having all this extra work that they're trying to do, and they just don't have that time. So it's almost, unfair to us, frankly, about the timetable that we have, but we're doing that timetable and we're going to meet those obligations by the deadline of February of 2022. But my point is, this is a formula that we're complying with. And again, we do not create and build the housing. Yet they are trying to make the state, through all these changes, are trying to make it so developers can take these opportunities and then develop these areas that we provide with housing. Again, we hope this works. Obviously, we want the housing that we think is appropriate, but with this effort that we're making with the general plan, effort that we're making with the housing element and the land use map, preferred land use map, where all those combined are to say, we have to do these things. Where do we want them? What's our requirement? How do we meet that requirement? And here's how we're going to meet that requirement. Now, if they build it, they build it. And we obviously it's going to be a lot easier to build now than it was 20 years ago, simply because some of these things are mandated by right kind of designation. So it's a little bit different than it was before.
And I'll be the first to agree that there are a lot of state mandates here. And when you're saying it's a little bit unfair, I personally would like to see local control as well. But by the same token, this is a mess of our own making. And let me lay out the concern I have with what you just said. Yes, it's bad that the state is saying you should have this compliance mentality about this affordability problem. But we have a not very good history here where we've upzoned things, we've changed zoning, and then taken away the affordability part of it. I'm thinking in particular of affordable units that were promised in Dos Vientos and then moved somewhere else and then just vanished to thin air. I'm thinking of our inclusionary housing ordinance, which has had an in lieu fee. It's been at zero for 13 years now. And my concern around all this is it's great on paper. We're setting these high numbers of affordability targets. And I'd be first in line cheering if we actually met those targets. But the history suggests something else, which is that we will upzone, we will get the changes to this mixed use zoning category without actually performing on the inclusion, on the affordability part. And I don't see any linkage here. We don't do zoning in the housing element, but I don't see any linkage in policy terms, which we should be doing here, between a major change in zoning to mixed use and a linkage or a requirement for the production of affordable housing. And I think that change belongs here.
If I can just follow up on that a moment, Chair. Our attorney, Mr. Heher, pointed out one of the key points that I think addresses what you're sharing with us right now, which is the point of the housing element is it's simply a policy document. And as our consultant pointed out, The goal of the document is to comply with state law and create the opportunities for housing to be constructed. Now, while the city doesn't build that housing, we create the opportunity for outside entities who do to move forward with that. Part of the housing element as it's proposed to the commission here this evening, it includes policies whereby one of the work programs is to come forward with something such as the inclusionary housing ordinance to incentivize additional affordable housing to help address some of your concerns. The structure that the state requires the housing element to be put together in, that's what the consultant, Ms. Tam, and her team has done in conjunction with city staff, but it doesn't always necessarily line up in the exact terms or in the exact way that the public may expect from that document. But it certainly goes a long way, as Ms. Tam has demonstrated, to complying with state law. And as you mentioned, we'll follow up separately once we get through this housing element portion with zoning to further support and implement the housing element.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. And I appreciate you using the P word for policy, because that's what this is. And I want to reiterate, speaking of policies, I'll just read it quickly. The City Council's priority on this for 2022-23 is, quote, to continue to support production of long-term affordable housing. While we're talking about policy, one way we can meet that priority that the City Council has set for us all is to add a policy goal that this new mixed-use category includes restrictions that meet our RHNA goals. We're not doing that now. We are committing to change zoning to add this to beef up this mixed-use category, but we're not tying it directly to affordability. And we could be doing that as a policy goal. So I think there's a missed opportunity here with that. Anyway, moving on, I've got one final question. This is on page 36, C36, I'm sorry, of the document. And bear with me just a moment while I go there. And I just need some clarification on something in the preferred land use map. We're talking here about realistic capacity, and the statement that was added says the endorsed preferred land use map includes 440 acres of mixed use sites, of which only 112 acres have been selected as part of the RHNA sites inventory. And my question is, why are we changing all 440 acres if we're only looking at 112 of those?
Chair Newman, the reason why we're changing 440 acres is a product of the outreach that we did as part of the land use alternatives with the public and identifying the mixed use corridors and where they wanted to see mixed use. So the 440 acres is a byproduct of that public process and ultimately what was presented to the city council and endorsed. Now, the reason only 112 acres have been identified for RHNA has been mentioned by Veronica Tam, and as staff, is what is the realistic capacity in terms of meeting the HCD required methodology in presenting those sites to the HCD as part of the housing element.
So if we're only doing something with 112 of those acres, what are we doing with the rest of them?
Well, we're planning.
For?
And if I may kind of also add to that, we didn't pre-select these sites, these 112 acres.
Right.
We looked at what you have planned for 440 acres and looked at within the next 8 years. Remember, the general plan is until 2045. but the housing element covers only to 29. So within the next 8 years, these 112 are more likely to be redeveloped based on the existing conditions. It doesn't mean that they will, or it doesn't preclude anybody who's not on the site's inventory should they want to develop according to how their general planning planned for. So the site inventory is a subset of the land use plan only because the housing element represent only a third of your overall general plan horizon.
Right, thank you. And that ties into the question I asked when my questions began, which is that the scope and the timeline of this document is through 2029 or 2030. It is not 2045. And so my request of staff here is that we align to that. I think there are some very maximal or aspirational numbers and statements and directions in this document that frankly don't belong here. I understand that the GP update has a much longer timeline and there may be higher goals then, but given that this is a shorter term document, my ask of staff is that we revise this to reflect that. And if we need to change numbers or expand or reduce our targets in 8 years' time, we can have that conversation. That's fine. But we're only talking about a much shorter timeline here, and I think the document should reflect that. Anyway, that's all the questions and comments I have. Before we go to public comments, do commissioners have any additional questions or comments? Not hearing any, we will go now to public comments, and my sheet shows 19 public speakers this evening. So because there are 16 or more speakers, our rules mean that there will be 2 minutes each per speaker. And we ask that each speaker state their name and city of residence for the record. And I will state the name of each speaker who is coming up and then the name of the next 2 people who are in line. So we will begin with Veronica Haverbeck, followed by Jonathan Duran and Karen Martin. Ms. Haverbeck, good evening.
Chair Newman, Ms. Haverbeck is not online, so we can skip to Jonathan Duran.
All right, Mr. Duran, good evening.
Okay, can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, my name is Jonathan Duran. I'm a resident of Newbury Park. So good evening, Chair, Commissioners, staff, and fellow Thousand Oaks residents. My name is Jonathan Duran. I'm a carpenter and a representative with the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, Local 805. The Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters represents over 57,000 professional union carpenters who keep a strong interest in land use, planning, and addressing the environmental impacts of new developments. Our organization and partners help provide career opportunities for transitioning veterans, justified individuals, women, students, and disadvantaged residents as well. Our apprenticeship program only works when developers, contractors are partnered with us and the community. As a resident of Thousand Oaks, I believe that I will be affected by many ways by the impacts of the housing element. The city housing element should include provisions that require large-scale, medium to high-density projects to be utilized by local skilled and trained workforce. The city should require the use of local skilled and trained workforce to benefit the community, economic development, and environment. The city should require the use of workers who have graduated from a joint labor management apprenticeship training program approved by the state of California, or at least have many hours on the job experience in an applicable craft which required to graduate such state approved apprenticeship program or still be actively in a program. As a representative, my job also includes a program that we have is called Career Connections, connecting students that are coming into, have an option not going to a four-year college or to a junior college, but have an opportunity to go into the construction industry. Our program starts freshmen, ninth graders, all the way through high school, and have an opportunity to transition into our organization. So these opportunities will better help them if we have local skilled and trained workforce language in projects that are going to be going on in the city of Thousand Oaks, and opportunities to be able to work here locally.
Mr. Duran, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need to ask you to wrap up your comments.
All right, thank you so much. And for the most part, skilled labor should not be considered as a cost, but as an investment.
Thank you, Mr. Duran.
Thank you.
And commissioners, are there any questions or comments of this, for the speaker? Not hearing any, we will move on to Karen Martin, then followed by Tim McDougall and Armando Delgado.
Chair Newman, wanted to let you know we had 4 additional speakers sign up, so we are now to 23. Additionally, Karen Martin and Tim McDougall are not online, so our next one would be Armando.
Okay, and he will be followed by Adam Haverstock and Anthony Ventura. Mr. Delgado, are you with us?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, I can. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners, staff, and fellow residents. My name is Armando Delgado. As a carpenter with Local 805, we keep a strong interest in land use planning, environmental impacts, and new developments, and advocate for fair housing everywhere. Thousand Oaks Economic Vitality incorporates both the economic advancement and quality of life for local residents. And in Ventura County, the economy is diverse, offering specific strengths in agriculture, manufacturing, healthcare, retail trade, hospitality, and public administration. These industries are what makes TO's location so attractive to many that flock here from LA and elsewhere. Your housing element update is addressing both local and regional market demand and planning for the future that reflects the needs and vision of Ventura County while enhancing social equity and economic opportunity. This includes preserving the open space and protecting agricultural resources. What a balancing act, if I may say so. As we talk about some strategic priorities, let's not get frazzled by deadlines and hurrying up trying to get the paperwork passed through. The purpose of an economic development strategy is to focus on the retention and expansion of local business, increase the skills for our local workforce. The purpose of a quality of life strategy is to restore and increase quality services, and overall support residents in their efforts to improve their quality of life. Am I right? The city's housing element can address that simply by including labor provisions that require large-scale medium to high-density projects to be built utilizing a local and skilled and trained workforce. The city can legally require the use of local skilled and trained workforce to benefit the community's economic development and environment. The city should require the use of these workers. Community benefits such as this are what's helpful to increase the vitality of Thousand Oaks. Through much of the construction industry, there's been a race to the bottom with low-paying jobs. Well,
Mr. Delgado, I'm sorry, but we need to stop at this point. Thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions for Mr. Delgado? Okay, moving on, we have Adam Haverstock, followed by Anthony Ventura and Clint Fultz. Mr. Haverstock, good evening.
Thank you, Chair Newman and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Adam Haverstock, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs and Tourism for the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce. I'm speaking tonight to advocate for the recommendation of approval to the Thousand Oaks City Council of the housing element as presented by staff. This updated version, which has been scrutinized by the California Department of Housing and Community Development, represents the next step in updating the land use element that the City Council endorsed last year as part of the Thousand Oaks General Plan update process. In this document, staff has added a lot of additional detail to satisfy the requests of HDC. It is a statutory requirement of each city in California to update their housing element every 8 years, and new housing must be added to meet the requirements of the next RHNA cycle. If this requirement is not met, millions of dollars in state funding for the city of Thousand Oaks would be put in jeopardy. Please recommend approval of the updated housing element as presented in the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Not seeing any, we will move on to Anthony Ventura, then Clint Fultz, and Danielle Borja. Mr. Fultz, good evening. I'm sorry, Mr. Ventura, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Ventura, and I've been a member over 30 years and a proud father of 2 sons that are also members of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. I strongly believe the city should require a project to be built to local hire of skilled and trained workforce. Many reasons, but probably one of the most reasons is that this actually having a local hired skilled craft here locally, this actually helps the local community community, as in local retail stores, restaurants, grocery stores, and stimulates our local economy, keeping the money earned from the projects being built right here in our own community. Lastly, why should our dads, moms, sons, and daughters who are in the construction industry have to travel up to 2 to 3 hours to work on projects outside of our area when we have local projects being built right here in our area? Let's start to invest in our community, giving our residents an opportunity to be able to work locally. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions of Mr. Ventura? All right, we will move on to Clint Fultz, followed by Danielle Borja and Jackson Piper. Mr. Fultz, good evening.
Hello, my name is Clint Fultz. I'm a member of the Conejo Climate Coalition, and I live in Thousand Oaks. To quote the late Desmond Tutu, all of our humanity is dependent upon recognizing the humanity of others. We need to ensure housing for all of our residents, not just the wealthy, and we can do that by prioritizing access to affordable housing while addressing the climate crisis. The housing element needs to address our lack of affordable housing while at the same time promoting green building and energy efficient building standards and practices. We must electrify everything and build with sustainable building materials and prioritize solar power systems with battery backup. In its current iteration, the housing element fails to address climate change and the preservation of housing as it relates to the potential loss of vital housing stock due to inevitable climate-related extreme weather impacts, including concurrent or serial heat waves, extreme drought, wildfire, and wind events. Climate change is a threat multiplier, and any problems we have now will only be made worse in the coming years. Please use any last-minute revisions in the housing element to address these issues while we still have time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Fultz? All right, we will move on to Danielle Borja, and then Jackson Piper and Janie Alberg. Ms. Borja, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair Newman and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Danielle Borja, Thousand Oaks resident and President CEO of the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce. We represent over 800 members in the Conejo Valley, including more than 450 businesses in the city of Thousand Oaks. Housing continues to be a critical issue for our local businesses, both large and small. Tonight, I am speaking in support of the staff recommendation to approve the 2021-2029 housing element. This updated version has addressed all the additional detail requested by the California Department of Housing and Community Development and meets the city's future housing goals. It's a thorough plan that continues to align with the land use map endorsed last year by City Council as part of the general plan process. This document will serve as an important roadmap to meet housing needs through 2029, a critical time to address both workforce and community housing needs. Thank you.
Thank you, and my apologies for butchering your name. Are there any questions of Ms. Borja? Hearing none, we'll move on to Jackson Piper, followed by Janie Alberg and Leanne Holland. Mr. Piper, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you to the Planning Commission, members of the public who are here to comment on this. I'm generally in favor of this housing element, but I have a lot of particular issues with certain parts of it. I'll go through them as quickly as possible. I'd like to see the city commit to adopting an updated inclusionary housing ordinance by December 2022, not 23. I know this is placing a lot of pressure on city staff. I'm sorry, but my sense is that projects under this housing element will be underway well before December 2023, and I want to see that inclusionary housing is a part of those projects. Including a baseline percentage of affordable units in any new multifamily project or in any single family tract development over a certain size, as well as an option of a significant in lieu fee in place of affordable units. Please also present the annual progress report as a staff report to City Council rather than a consent calendar item in order to allow more thorough public and City Council discussion of housing progress in the city. Please analyze barriers to the production of affordable housing units, including within the city's density limits, height limits, parking requirements, and other development standards, along with non-city barriers within each annual progress report. Please review the draft housing element for non-committal language that tends to be common in local government operations. I'm part of a local government too, and I understand that this is very common, but I'd like to see more committal statements than just we're going to explore, we're going to analyze, we're going to discuss this. It's an easy way out if the city decides it doesn't later want to commit to something, and I just don't want to see that with the effort made on housing in Thousand Oaks. In the land use element on section on page 44, 45 of the housing element, the city acknowledges that allowable density range of residential designated land is the governmental factor that most directly influences the market conditions for the supply and cost of housing. Why in the land use element?
If you could wrap up, please.
Sure. In the land use element and in this housing element, the city caps density at 30 dwelling units per acre. Even in locations where housing production is desired, it got rid of other two categories in the land use element. So I'm wondering why there's this contradiction between the city's acknowledgement of density as a valuable asset and what it's chosen to do.
Thank you, Mr. Piper.
Thank you. I'll leave it at that.
I'm sorry to have to cut you off there. Are there any questions of the speaker from commissioners? All right, moving on. We will be hearing from Janie Alberg, Leanne Holland, then Lisa Powell. Ms. Alberg, good evening.
Janie Alberg is not online. Leanne is next.
All right.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Leanne Holland, and I live in Newbury Park. I am the parent of a child with developmental disabilities, and I am speaking tonight as someone who lives with the constant worry of what will happen to my child when I am gone. I'm speaking on behalf of other parents who live with that same fear, including the over 500 households in our community that have an adult with a developmental disability still living at home with a parent or guardian. Please understand that this is not an intended outcome that most of us desire for our kids, but as a result of having few options or alternatives. The lack of affordable and supportive housing for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities is a widely recognized national crisis in the disability community. People in our state are even more impacted due to the higher cost of living here. Increasing the availability of affordable housing units for people with low, very low, and extremely low incomes would begin to help address the problem. I join with other community members tonight who are asking you to help the city reach its top goal of creating a more equitable, accessible, safe, welcoming, and inclusive community for all by increasing the chances that more affordable housing will actually be built in our city. Please have the annual housing performance review be reviewed by the council as part of a yearly staff report. Please ask that the inclusive housing ordinance be passed by December 2022. Please conduct an affordable housing workshop with potential developers every year. Yet for people like my daughter, I'd ask for one more thing. While there are currently housing programs meant to serve people with developmental disabilities, I don't believe there is a proactive strategic plan to assess local needs and address the crisis. Please recommend that the council create a stakeholder group across the developmental services, affordable housing, and homeless sectors to develop an inclusive, empowering, supportive housing vision for people with IDD in our community. Please let parents like me know that you see us and that our children are welcome and valued in Thousand Oaks. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Staff, or commissioners, are there any questions for Ms. Holland? Very well, we'll move on to Lisa Powell, followed by Manley McNinch and Marianne Van Zyl. Lisa Powell, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Powell, and I've been a Thousand Oaks resident for 17 years. I'm involved with the Thousand Oaks Livability Action Network, and I support the specific additions we're asking for to this element, which have been laid out in emails to Mr. Parker. These are number one, specific language that commits to adopting a new inclusionary housing ordinance by December of 2022, one that actually has some teeth to build affordable housing. And number two, specific language that ensures visibility and transparency as to the ongoing process on the goals of this housing element, which would include annual robust stakeholder engagement. Much of my work has been in the nonprofit world, and much of that work is focused on making impact in various populations and communities. Much like the work of a city, the need to set clear goals and objectives with appropriate metrics and timelines to measure progress is critical. When that isn't done, an unfortunate result is often that nothing or little gets accomplished. For example, in the last housing element cycle, 33 out of 697 permits that were approved were for affordable housing. 33 out of 697. I don't want to assume that the city doesn't truly wish to effectively address the need for more housing, particularly affordable housing here in our community, but frankly, I haven't seen a strong commitment to it, either through the spoken words of our city leaders at council meetings, nor in the written words of this housing element. We all know there's a housing shortage, and our city must address it, not because the state requires us to, although it does, but because it's better for Thousand Oaks, critical for economic stability, as well as making our city more equitable and accessible. I hear city staff regularly mention mandates and compliance. However, this process is an opportunity. It will sadden me if we don't take advantage of it by ensuring that our housing element is the highest quality it can be, robust and effective, and aligned with overall city goals, particularly the goal of creating a more equitable, accessible, safe, welcoming, and inclusive government and community for all. I don't want to discount the work by city staff that has gone into this effort, but please don't approve a housing element that does not provide the intent and the ability to meet our important housing goals. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of Ms. Powell?
I do have one.
Commissioner Lanson.
Ms. Powell and others that I know discussed the issue. I saw some of the comments about trying to have a yearly review process, and I understand the need to try to find some ways to motivate people, but I'm kind of trying to understand why is a yearly review versus every 2 years something you think is going to have a measurable difference in terms of trying to get affordable housing done?
Can you hear me? Am I unmuted?
Yes.
I mean, there's a lot I think I could say to that, but let me just say that I think, we've talked a lot in these last couple of years about public engagement and wanting to figure out how to get our community and more stakeholders involved regularly. And as part of the goal I just mentioned that the city adopted back in May of making it more inclusive and accessible and all these things, part of that is ensuring that we're looking at our goals and we're really addressing how far have we come and where do we need to go, and including the relevant folks that are involved in these processes, whether they're affordable housing developers or whether they're community members that are affected. We know that there's a lot of community populations here in Thousand Oaks that have been left out of processes. So why wouldn't we want to be more inclusive? And
again, I understand that. I was just trying to understand why a more rigorous meeting schedule somehow would help. And I think I know what you're saying is essentially any involvement in discussion is better than delaying it, right? Is that basically the
well, right? And typically what we see is there's something that's sort of put up on the website in terms of what we've accomplished this past year, or whatever, on our element. And what we'd like to see is something a little more interactive. Let's make it a staff report to council in a public, venue where community members can chime in.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Lanson. Thank you, Ms. Powell. Moving on, we have Manley McNinch, followed by Marianne Van Zyl and Roseanne Witt. Mr. McNinch, or Ms. McNinch.
Thank you for your time. Manley McNinch, Ventura County. I'd just like to follow up with some of the great conversations I've heard tonight from talking about getting affordable housing in place for the skilled and trained workers to be able to come in and build it. Because as it is right now, most of the work in affordable housing projects, it's usually people from way out of the area that come in and do the work. It doesn't support any of the local workers or workforce. And if we put the language in the documents and stuff, that you have to have skilled and trained workers on the job site and put a local hire clause in as well. It's going to assure more local people will be able to work, and not just work, but at good paying jobs instead of all the tax dollars, tax base from the local area going out of the area, because that's what's going to happen if you just throw up low-income housing real quick, because guys from out in the valley, far away from Arizona and stuff, will be the workers that actually come in here and do that work. And when they leave, the tax dollars are going to leave with them, and you're going to be no further ahead. You're still going to have people trying to rent houses that really can't even afford them because they're not skilled in better paying jobs. So they have to go out of the area where the better paying jobs are. So I'd like to depend on the council to put the language in the documents as we go forward on this housing to make sure our local people get to work here and buy here. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions of Mr. McNinch? All right, moving on, we'll be hearing from Marianne Van Zyl, Roseanne Witt, and Rosanna Guerra. Ms. Van Zyl, good evening. Are you on mute, Ms. Van Zyl? Are you with us?
She is in the room. I'm trying to help her unmute now.
Oh, got it. I believe I am unmuted now.
You are. Good evening.
Thank you. That's the statement of our time. You need to unmute. Thank you, Commissioner Newman and other planning commissioners for your listening to public comments tonight. I think most of you know that Lisa Powell and I work closely together in the TO Livability Action Network, and I'd like to address the question that Commissioner Lanson posed about why we believe an annual review is important. First of all, there is an annual report that's required by the state, and there's absolutely no reason to not have that come to council to bring it to their attention and to put it in the public eye. It goes on the website, and it's required to be made public. Let's include some discussion. Another reason to have an annual review, particularly in the next couple of years, is because so much of the important work of the housing element has been pushed off till 2022, 2023, 2024. And these are very important things that have been required of us. And I think as the public and as city council, we have to hold our own feet to the fire because these are things that are important to us. And to have this be an effective policy, we have to make sure that we're doing the things that we promised to do. And with regard to having an annual workshop with affordable housing advocates and affordable housing builders and market rate builders to discuss annual progress, I think this is important because they see obstacles that council and the public need to be made aware of. And these obstacles can be perhaps fixed by tweaking regulation. When I think about the inclusionary housing ordinance, I don't think we're going to get the percentage quite right or the in lieu fee quite right. And we're going to need to tweak that regularly. And so I think this ongoing process of fine tuning the regulations will make it a better housing element overall. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Ms. Van Zyl? All right, hearing none, we'll move on to hear from Roseanne Witt, followed by Rosanna Guerra and Tom Cohen.
Hi, I'm Roseanne with TO's Conejo Climate Coalition. Today's news headline: U.S. emissions surged in 2021, putting the nation farther off track from its climate targets. Greenhouse gas pollution increased 6.2% over 2020. The climate and housing crises are interconnected. Rising GHGs fuel heat, drought, and wildfire that eliminates housing and displaces ever more people. Destruction of nearly 1,100 homes near Boulder, Colorado, shows how quickly housing can be lost to intensifying extreme weather and worsen our housing crisis. California requires housing elements to include both housing development and preservation. Not including ambitious climate mitigation measures in TO's housing element is negligent, short-sighted, and fiscally irresponsible. as our entire community knows we will face a wind-driven wildfire where, like Colorado, evacuation is our only line of defense. We cannot address this danger soon enough. HCD's website details many strategies TO could but has not included to help meet the city's GHG reduction goals and lower threats to residents. Examples from that webpage include encouraging installation of solar and battery storage that exceeds state requirements, providing incentives to build housing that exceeds Title 24 requirements. California encourages cities to adopt energy efficient codes that exceed state standards. CCC urges this commission to recommend housing element revisions that at least adopt 2022 Title 24 building codes so our community can immediately realize the energy conservation, economic, health, safety, and climate benefits they confer. Boulder shows there's no time to lose. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Witt. Are there any questions of this speaker? Hearing none, we'll move on to Rosanna Guerra, Tom Cohen, and Wendy Zimmerman. Ms. Guerra, good evening.
Rosanna is not logged on.
All right, then we'll move on to Tom Cohen, Wendy Zimmerman, and staff. I'll rely on you for the 4 speakers after that. Mr. Cohen, good evening.
Good evening, Chair Newman and members of the Planning Commission. Tom Cohen, I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks. Tonight I'm representing Kennedy Wilson. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this evening. The housing element, as you all have heard, is a complicated document with complicated regulations that govern what must be included in the document. I looked at it to determine what properties are in the site's inventory. I think that's important. And we noted the 2 prominent properties were not included, which should have been viewed as low-hanging fruit that will produce multifamily housing opportunities and substantial contributions to the affordable housing stock needed in our community. The Kennedy Wilson project is proposed on the Baxter property at Thousand Oaks Boulevard on Lake Canyon Road. It's gone through pre-screen, a pre-app, and filed formal applications last August. The other project is the IMT project located at the former Kmart property, and it too has filed formal applications. The government code requires housing elements to contain an inventory of land suitable for residential development, including vacant sites and sites having potential for redevelopment. Straight out of the housing element draft, it states that the land inventory includes pending projects and vacant and underutilized sites with potential for development, including sites that could realistically be developed based on an examination of existing conditions and enhanced feasibility offered by the preferred land use map. Both properties were identified for housing when the City Council endorsed the preferred land use map in May of 2021, and both properties, I think we can all agree, are underutilized and non-vacant. Further, the draft housing element identifies the Amgen property as one that is a non-vacant site and is identified as a pending project. This project trails the Kennedy Wilson and the IMT projects in that it has not gone through a pre-app review with staff and it has not filed any formal applications. Everything else about the Amgen property is identical, and what must happen from an entitlements processing perspective is what Kennedy Wilson and IMT have had to do and will have to do.
Mr. Cohen, I'm sorry, I need to ask you to wrap up here.
I will. We respectfully ask that the Planning Commission add the Kennedy Wilson and IMT projects to the site's inventory. It makes logical sense to do so and would be consistent with the approach taken for the Amgen property. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Commissioners, are there any questions of Mr. Cohen? Not hearing any, we'll move on to Wendy Zimmerman. Ms. Zimmerman, good evening.
Good evening. Wendy Zimmerman from Newbury Park. A few things. I would like to see industrial locations be allowed to add accessory dwelling units and incorporate those. You have some spaces allocated for fancy hotels that are not in fancy neighborhoods. They're not going to want to go there. But if you let some of our industrial folks who are building huge plants out there in Rancho Conejo and other locations add units that would house their visiting executives or their building caretakers or other people, we could resolve that problem and use some of those other spaces that are allocated for more affordable housing. The fastest way you can get more affordable housing in this area is simply to say no more in lieu fees. They obviously don't work. And once you run out and you give enough people exemptions like you just did over at the lakes, the last people who are going to have all the affordable housing and other things dumped in them because it's the last space available, you're going to have very unhappy neighbors, and you're not going to meet your needs as you go. You need to do as you go planning and do it all along the way and have affordable housing, keep what is, work to keep what is there, rehabilitate places where you can. But the fastest way to solve the problem is say no more in lieu of fees. We're not going to postpone these things. Today is today. Next, we seem to be operating under a misconception that older residents are going to want to downsize and move into rental housing. The fact of life is most of us older residents have paid off our mortgages for a long time, and we cannot afford apartment housing at market rate in this area. I can't, neither can probably most of my neighbors. Our mortgages are much less than rents. What we will do is probably bring in assisted living persons, maybe build more granny flats and things, that add on bedrooms for our caregivers or our children who live with us, but we're not moving out of our houses. So the thought that old people are going to move into apartment housing, which requires stairs and elevators and noise, we're not going to do that. We're going to stay put and have people come in and help us with what we need.
Ms. Zimmerman, if you could wrap up, please.
Yes, the other one I wanted to add is encouraging the consideration for wildlife and green. We can encourage the planting of food crops and things that fruit trees and plants that bear food, as well as where buildings are going in consideration to wildlife. We seem to have nothing in those areas in our plans, and I think we need to look at that. It's good for us and it's good for our environment.
Thank you, Ms. Zimmerman. Commissioners, are there any questions of Ms. Zimmerman? Okay, staff mentioned there are 4 additional speakers. Staff, if you could queue up each speaker, I would appreciate it. I'll be the timekeeper.
Absolutely. In addition to the 4 additional speakers, Tim McDougall, who we called earlier that wasn't present, has joined. If you would like to allow him permission to talk.
Sure. Let's begin with Mr. McDougall. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name and city of residence to begin. Good evening.
Good evening, David. Good evening, other planning commissioners. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. You know, we do have a housing element issue that has to be addressed in this very difficult decisions where people are affected and just can't seem to grasp the fact that there is change. I hope that you will agree with the staff's conclusion that the housing element that has been prepared should be moved forward to the city council so we can adapt housing needs that will serve the community through the year 2029. I appreciate the opportunity to address the Planning Commission and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions of Mr. McDougall? All right, hearing none, staff will call the next 4 speakers.
Next, we have Doug Baker, followed by Mac McLaughlin.
Mr. Baker, good evening.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Doug Baker, speaking as a resident of Newbury Park. I want to focus your attention specifically on page 50 of the housing element regarding the parking requirements. In the letter provided by HCD, reducing parking minimums is suggested twice, once in item 4 and once in item 5 as a way to remove obstacles in housing development. The response was to state that these parking standards are consistent with other suburban communities and do not unduly constrain housing development. So firstly, it's a bit of a poor defense to put out there because the housing crisis is widespread and someone could just as easily come back and say most, if not all, communities have improper standards that are putting undue burdens on the housing development right now. Second, the suggestion is mentioned twice in the state letter, so it's doubtful that a brief hand wave on this topic is what the state is going to consider acceptable, especially considering that in this same paragraph, sentences 2 and 3 explicitly start off with by saying parking requirements may constrain residential development, etc. So we're contradicting ourselves directly in that paragraph. Lastly, the research on the damage of parking minimums is pretty clear. For example, if you look at the work of Professor Donald Shoup, who is a distinguished professor at UCLA's Department of Urban Planning, one of his recent publications is the high cost of minimum parking requirements, where he estimates an average cost of $50,000 per dwelling unit for 2 spaces of above ground parking. That's a big deal when we're trying to talk about promoting housing for low and very low residents. It's a big, huge added cost on the unit. Our requirements in Table 33 of the unit don't even allow exemptions for units near public transit, except for ADUs. So in conclusion, the research is clear that minimum parking requirements increase the density of cars, but decrease the density of people. And the way that we currently have this written, we really should have a better response to HCD than what is currently before you today. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Baker. Appreciate that. Are there any questions for Mr. Baker? All right, staff, who's up next?
Sorry, next is Mac McLaughlin, followed by Betsy Connolly.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners, staff, and fellow Thousand Oaks residents. My name is Mac McLaughlin. In a recent 2020 report titled Putting California on the High Road, a Jobs and Climate Action Plan for 2030, the California Workforce Development Board concluded that investments in growing, diversified, and upscaling California's workforce can positively affect returns on climate mitigation efforts. Skilled and trained workforce requirements promote development of skilled trades that yield sustainable economic development. As the California Workforce Development Board and the UC Berkeley Center for Labor Research and Education concluded, labor should be considered an investment rather than a cost. The investments in growing, diversifying, and upscaling California's workforce can positively affect returns on climate mitigation efforts. In other words, well-trained workers are key to delivering emissions reductions and moving California closer to its climate targets. The South Coast Air Quality Management District found that the use of local state certified apprentices program and a skilled and trained workforce with a local hire component can result in air pollution reductions. Local skilled and trained workforce requirements and policies have significant environmental benefits since they decrease the length of job commutes and lower associated greenhouse gas emissions. Recently, the South Coast Air Quality Management District found that the use of local hire component combined with state certified apprenticeship program for a skilled and trained workforce can reduce regional commuting gas consumption and greenhouse gas emissions, resulting in air pollution reductions. Thank you for your time this evening. Have a good evening and stay safe and stay healthy.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. Are there any questions of this speaker? Not hearing any, we will move on to Dr. Connolly. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. Sorry for the late registration. I'm here just to say one thing. Please commit in writing or at least make a recommendation to the City Council to conduct a review yearly and to include public input. We think this is important because of our lack of progress in measures intended to increase affordable housing and accessible housing in the city of Thousand Oaks. And we think that the city, all of us, the City Council and the Planning Commission all need to go on an improvement plan. And that improvement plan is to hold ourselves publicly accountable for the progress that we make. And we think that stakeholders have something to say about where we're getting to, and all of us should be listening to that input rather than filing a compliance-focused report on a yearly basis. So we are asking you not to make us drag these reports out of consent agendas and make our comments during public comments and conduct our own public forums on our own to highlight the city's failure to make progress. We're asking you to partner with us because you want to see improvements made rather than hide behind a compliance document. And we understand that the report, that there isn't time to do much to this report. I think inserting a sentence, making a commitment to a yearly public review could be accommodated in this report without slowing down the filing, and that is what we are asking you to do. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions of Dr. Connolly? Not hearing any, we will move on. Staff, who's next?
Next, we have Alex Perez, followed by one more addition, Kat Selm.
Good evening,
Okay,
Chair
Alex
Newman.
Perez.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Newman and Commissioners. My name is Alex Perez. I'm a member of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters and also a representative of almost 2,000 members who are a part of Local 805. I live in the local area, work, and recreate in the vicinity of these projects. I also believe that I will be impacted by the environmental impacts of the projects in the housing element. The housing element should require or highly encourage projects in Thousand Oaks to build utilizing a local skilled and trained workforce. Local hire and skilled and trained workforce requirements reduce construction-related environmental impacts while benefiting the local economy, and on top of that, provide new opportunities for our younger generations to start a career in the Carpenters Union and other trades. In a recent poll, only 40% of high school graduates go on to college and study for a degree and a career. So my question is, what happens to the other 60%? We should not only worry about our environment, but our local economy, which a big part of is our younger generations. With our Career Connections program, we work on bringing upcoming high school graduates into a local skilled and trained workforce with great wages, benefits, and a pension. So let's think about this. Moreover, just this year, a South Coast Air Quality Management District found that the use of a local skilled and state certified apprenticeship program or a skilled and trained workforce with a local hire component can result in air pollutant reductions. Local skilled and trained workforce requirements can also boost economic development and mitigate transportation and greenhouse impacts by minimizing vehicle miles traveled. So let's make this goal number 6 to include a labor provision and local hiring plan in the housing element. You are the key to creating better community wealth. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions of Mr. Perez? Okay, not hearing any, we will move on. Staff, are there other speakers?
Yes, one final speaker, Kat Selm.
Hi, good evening, Chair and Commissioners and staff. My name is Kat Selm. I don't have anything really well prepared to say to you, and I'm sorry to register so late, but I just felt the need to kind of add a few thoughts in if I can. I feel like we have a real opportunity here to address both climate change and housing affordability. They're crises that are actually really linked to each other. I support what Mr. Piper has mentioned about the inclusionary housing ordinance. I think it should be moved up to 2022 as well. And I think we've waited long enough to enforce this and not having in lieu fees for so long. I also want to fervently echo Mr. Baker's excellent sentiments on parking minimums. I think we could also really look at some policy options to address both climate and affordability, like rent control that could go beyond state regs, as well as incentives like maybe setbacks, a density bonus, or prioritized plan check for developers that are exceeding Title 24 standards right now. I don't doubt that this has been a lot of work on behalf of staff and contractors, but this document to me just kind of feels uninspired. It feels more of like a box ticking exercise than a way to actually plan for the future that residents of Thousand Oaks want to see. And what we want to see is the assurance of affordable housing, safe housing that also takes into consideration our need to adapt to and mitigate climate change. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much and have a good evening.
Thanks very much, Ms. Selm. Commissioners, are there any questions of this speaker? All right, not hearing any questions, we will go back to staff for their comments on both the speakers this evening and the written comments we've received prior to this hearing. And in terms of order of how we'll proceed tonight, I'd like to propose that we hear from staff now, then take a brief recess, then come back for our commissioner discussion after that. So with that, I'll turn it back over to staff. Don't all jump in at once.
Thank you, Chair. So we've heard a variety of comments, and I think in terms of, I think one of the discussion points, especially since the commissioners did ask of the public regarding, and this is in regards to, several people made the comment regarding some of the programs and revisions that were suggested under Program 6 of the draft housing element in terms of affordable housing. But there were three main points that were kind of echoed by several individuals. I mean, and one was, I think, clarified through some of the dialogue, but you know, the city does provide a general plan and a housing element annual progress report. It is presented to the city council. There is opportunity for public testimony at that point in time. And that is for an evaluation of the city's progress towards meeting RHNA, as well as the implementation of the various objectives under the different programs. And in terms of the inclusionary housing ordinance, you know, the timeframe was set kind of at a maximum by 2023. The city does anticipate that it's going to be done in advance of that. We have released the request for proposals already, and actually they will be due within a couple of weeks. And so in the upcoming months, there will be actually consultant selection as well, review of consultants and then consultant selection. That will go in front of the city council. So that is anticipated to occur prior to spring. And then the, you know, nexus and fiscal analysis would take place. And then the recommendations of that analysis would be presented to Planning Commission and ultimately the City Council. There was in the letters specific language requesting that we set a percentage at this point in time, or we absolutely allow an in lieu fee. But we do not necessarily want to lock in a percentage or in lieu fee or a criteria at this moment for when inclusionary is applied. I think 4 units and above was required. The outcome of the study may actually have various degrees of applicability as far as how affordable housing is applied to projects for sale versus for rent, as well as how fees may be applied. And potentially the fee may not be palatable. So we don't want to necessarily set the tone for absolutely how it will occur. We are going to evaluate all those options. And part of that would also include an evaluation of incentives for affordable housing, various zoning standards and so forth, as well as sorry, I was distracted. Yeah, so as well as, so those options would be presented to Planning Commission and ultimately the City Council. Now, in regards to the annual meeting with stakeholders and so forth, actually the request was to replace an existing objective, which was predominantly focused on every 2 years having a meeting, or when sites become available, have a meeting with stakeholders. And this is primarily in regards to when individual sites become available or open for negotiations and partnership with adjacent property owners. So that objective we would still clearly want to maintain, because that is where essentially the rubber would meet the road, is where the negotiations would occur in actually having development occur on the sites. In terms of the proposed replacement objective that the would like to have written, there is some security concerns from staff. I mean, conducting annual workshops with nonprofit developers, or any workshops with nonprofit developers or housing advocates and market rate developers, it could work. However, presenting those recommendations on an annual basis to the Planning Commission and then the City Council would basically introduce a cycle of having to recertify the housing element every year if there were changes to any of the objectives in the housing element. And that kind of defeats the purpose of actually getting to a certified housing element and being able to retain that for 8 years. So let's see here. In regards to, we received correspondence regarding, energy conservation. The letter from Faith Grant, the Conejo Climate Coalition, as well as some of the speakers here tonight. Some of the policies that were wanting to be introduced is we're requiring a variety of energy and efficiency standards as a strict requirement for housing. This could potentially add to the cost of housing, and is actually, while the intentions are good, we do not want it to defeat the purpose of getting to a certifiable housing element, because those type of new regulations imposed on a project could be viewed as an impediment to housing because of the potential additional fees. Not much different than from what we heard from the Carpenters Union. To require local union employment, while again, intentions are good, that could drive up the costs. And that, I think, should be discussed as a separate policy outside of the housing element, as much as the energy efficiency standards, which would be ultimately addressed as the city chooses to adopt or update the California Green Building Code every 3 years. And that would go for the same for actually introducing climate policies and mitigation measures. Those would be best placed within the general plan or the climate action plan. Using terms such as mitigation measures implies that there is an impact pursuant to CEQA. And really those types of things would be best suited for those plans when you have a technical analysis of the best and emerging practices towards climate change, and ultimately the findings of the environmental impact report. See. In terms of Well, there was also some questions of staff of which we have some additional clarification that we would want to provide. There was the discussion of the amount of acreage of sites or area designated for mixed use. 440 acres were identified in the preferred land use map. The arena sites inventory identified 112 acres for the purposes of meeting our sites inventory. Now, that is basically for the realistic capacity of meeting those housing needs for the next 8 years, whereas the land use map is intended to be the planning tool out to 2045. But staff wasn't quite clear as to the question, why 112 acres, or why wasn't only 112 acres considered and not the 440? Part of the reason for that is the no net loss law. So in the event that one of the sites identified in the RENA was not developed and met the housing numbers identified, then, or if it was developed but did not provide those units, you would have to go outside somewhere else of the site's inventory to identify a site to accommodate the unmet need or the loss.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again? You totally lost me there.
So you had 112 acres of mixed use that were identified as part of the site's inventory. And in the event that one of those sites does not get developed, or it gets developed, but does not produce the number of housing that was identified, the city has to identify other properties that can accommodate that loss. And that is the purpose of the no net loss legislation.
Talking about mixed use if it goes all commercial instead of residential.
Correct.
Okay. I just wasn't.
Yeah, no problem.
Sorry to interrupt.
That about covers what I have. I think we have,
If I may, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Holt. I just want to add a couple things regarding, you heard a number of speakers tonight about this local hire concept or policy. That policy or that type of action is a very broad concept because it's got to include all types of construction, not just residential housing. It's got to include construction of commercial or industrial. So that concept and that request is really a little too broad for what we're doing here for the housing element. Again, the housing element is to identify and analyze existing parcels for housing, to assess that, and then to have objectives for meeting those requirements, and then an action program to require that. This concept of the local hire policy, again, I'm not saying it's a good or bad policy. It's just that is a little bit broader than what we're going to be presenting today with the housing element itself. It's a little bit too broad of a concept for that. You heard a comment or two regarding a couple of sites, Kmart and Wilson. And in those particular cases, the owner or the developer made a conscious decision to go ahead and ask for a pre-screening for Measure E units for those properties that were not zoned for residential. And they've been developing that concept with the initial, again, this goes back to the old way of doing the standard way of doing a traditional way, maybe is a better way to say it, the traditional way of having a general plan amendment, right? And that's what they've done in those two parcels, is to do a general plan amendment request, initiate that early with the Measure E unit allocation for those for those two parcels. And they've made that conscious decision. They have a developer, they have a concept, they've gone through all that process before we've done the general plan amendment. They could have waited for the general plan amendment, and if it happened to those locations, then it did. But they chose to consciously move forward at this time for those parcels. And like many of these developments that we've had in the past, that includes doing development agreements and showing community benefits and all those other aspects that you have in those pre-screened concept cases. So those two, I think, are a little bit different. They were done so early that they weren't part of this general plan package or this land use package. I think those are the two that I was going to talk about. Again, the local hire one, we heard a lot about that, a little broad for the housing element. And again, those two parcels, Kmart and Wilson, they've gone through a process to have those parcels redesignated for residential or mixed use. Thank you.
Chair, you
Chair.
are muted.
You're muted, Chair.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Heer, for addressing the oral comments tonight. Follow-up question on the written comments we received in the supplemental packet. That packet included 2 memos from former Planning Commissioner Mick Ferris regarding voter protections and the governmental constraints part of this document. The first memo had to do with that there's a difference apparently between the language that was approved by the City Council in Measure E and the language that actually appears in the ordinance. And there's citations and examples of the differences in language there. And then the second memo had to do with the absence of any reference to the Parks Initiative and some errors around the way SOAR was described. And all this is relevant because there are legal requirements for a public vote when it comes to redesignation of open space or parks or, open space and parkland. And I'm wondering if staff can respond to those 2 memos. And specifically, what changes need to be made in this document as a result of those memos?
So I will chime in first. I'm not sure if others on staff want to also contribute to this discussion for that particular question, Chair. But yes, I received and reviewed the comments or the written comment from Mr. Ferris. Certainly understand his position reading it today. I think, first of all, I think it's an issue. The request that he has is something that should be raised as an item for the general plan amendment and possibly the zoning.
Which memo are you referring to now?
The one about Measure E and how it's not in the way that the resolution was done at the time, and then the initiative wording, and then you go to the ordinance itself, and there's one section that he states is missing. And so that's certainly something. I understand his position of what he's saying. I just don't think it's something for the housing element itself. This is something more for the general plan, and it can be addressed with Mr. Ferris, and we can have more discussions with him about that when we do more of the general plan update and the zoning code update for that. Certainly staff can reach out to him to discuss that, but as far as the housing element portion, I do not believe it's something that needs to be addressed in the housing element. Again, his comments and stance on the—
Just so I understand you on that, just before we close on that one. If there were a zoning change made and the preferred land use map, the draft land use map does envision some changes to lands that are currently zoned open space or golf course. Doesn't that legally trigger a vote of the public?
I would have to ask Mr. Holt specifically if something that was in the preferred land use map is triggering open space or golf course.
I'm aware of
No.
only one parcel that is.
Which parcel is that?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any.
There's some land to the south of the transportation center that is currently zoned that way. That is currently open space. There are others as well, but let's use that one as well.
That sliver should be retained as open space. The land use element, the preferred land use map does not intend to change any of the open space, the existing parks and open space designations under the current general plan.
Okay. I mean, I'm glad to hear that what the intention is. I'm just saying what's on the draft map.
Well, I can double check that because that was something that we did have as a correction back to the consultant.
Okay. My higher level question here, though, is because there are other parcels, that's the one I'm aware of, but there are others. The high level question I'm asking here is if the law, either Measure E or the Parks Initiative or SOAR, if any of these require a vote of the public to do something, doesn't that then affect the housing element? Isn't that something that we should be addressing tonight? That's the higher level question I'm asking.
Well, I guess I'd be concerned about the hypothetical that you're raising for it because I'm not aware.
It's not a hypothetical. There's land in the draft land use map that is currently open space, golf course, or parks. And
But
my
those
understanding,
sites would not be identified for housing.
okay, but it is being rezoned. And my understanding is that one of SOAR or the Parks Initiative, which is, by the way, not mentioned at all in the housing element, or Measure E, one of those would trigger a vote of the people. And so I'm asking why, if that being the case, why is it not part of the housing element discussion?
Again, I'm not specifically aware of any of those sites that, I mean, the whole point of that is that we identified residential areas. I'm certainly not aware of any that included open space or parks or golf courses that would be affected by this in the map.
Okay, well, I've given you one example. I will come back later with others, but there are places where we are doing things that would trigger one of these three measures. And that brings us to the second of Mr. Ferris's memos, which notes that the Parks Initiative, which could be in play here, is not mentioned at all here. And some of the descriptions about SOAR are also incorrect. And I'm wondering how we can address that in this document.
Well, if you were so inclined, you could add the language that cites, I mean, I know in Mr. Ferris's memo, he mentions the various ordinance numbers or the resolutions adopted that he wanted to use. And there was the update that occurred for SOAR. Language like that, I mean, it wouldn't hurt to add. Does it change how the housing element will be used and implemented in terms of a policy document? No, it won't. It's essentially background information. And the ending statement that it does not impose a constraint to housing still remains the same, regardless of the language in the document.
Well, yes and no. I mean, if there is language in there that would trigger a vote of the people versus leaving that language out, that's not a small difference, and that would change the outcome. So
The housing element does not change the policy or the ordinance.
Your premise here is flawed. The exclusion of ordinances that could trigger a vote is very much at issue here. And you can assert that it doesn't, but there are relevant laws here that you're not including. And what Mr. Ferris's memo is asking is that you include those.
Well, I would say that what we are proposing through the housing element, that is something that is current and consistent with the endorsed land use map, and that the endorsed land use map is consistent with the Measure E. So I guess I'm having a problem saying that we're assuming that what Mr. Ferris is saying is accurate when I'm not certain that that is accurate. I think we are making sure the housing element is consistent with the land use map, preferred land use map that that city council approved, and that we know that preferred land use map is consistent with Measure E.
Yeah, there are two memos here. I'm not asserting that a vote under Measure E would be triggered by redesignating open space or parks or golf courses. I am asserting that one of the other two, SOAR or Parks Initiative, which isn't even mentioned here, might well trigger that vote. And we're not having that discussion here.
But we don't have any example of.
I've just given you one. I've given you one.
I don't understand that one. The one that we talked about by the transportation center?
Yes, there is part of the parcel below the south of that center is currently designated as open space.
Are you referring to the area up against the Rolling Oaks Drive parcels?
It's directly south of, is it called Hayland or is it Rolling Oaks there? I'm referring to what's across Hayland, directly south of the transportation center.
Off of Rancho Road. That area is identified as open space on the preferred land use map.
Not all of it. I looked at it this afternoon. There's a part of it that is getting redrawn.
Mr. Chair, excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Can I just say that the intent was not to change any of the open space, and if there's a mapping error, we can revisit that. But this was all intended to be consistent with the current laws and what's in place with SOAR and Measure E and the Parks Initiative.
Okay. I guess that being the case, my ask is twofold. Is one that we include when we're discussing voter protection here, which we do in the government constraints section, one that we include all the relevant laws, and that would be include the Parks Initiative.
Well, SOAR is included on page 47.
SOAR is, yeah. What about the Parks Initiative?
Whether the Parks Initiative is included in the housing element or not, the provisions of that would still apply. This does not supersede that. And as
if we're going to enumerate,
if there was a mapping error, then that can be corrected. The intent was not to change any open space as part of this.
I appreciate that. I'm asking for something else, which is if we're saying here we enumerate all the various measures that would trigger a vote, we should enumerate all of them, and we're not including one of them. So that's hence my request that we add the Parks Initiative.
I guess I would say I'm not sure I understand the connection between the housing element for the residential sections that we cite and the housing inventory locations that we cite versus something that's an open space that wouldn't be impacted because we're not having or allowing that type of development.
I'll come back to that. I'm not accepting the premise that open space and parks is not impacted here. I'll come back with other examples.
Okay.
But basically, I think what you're saying is, with regard to, just to close up the discussion, Measure E, your response is that Mr. Ferris should take that to the general plan update, or perhaps the zoning code update.
Right. I think that's the appropriate timeline when we look at that for what he's requesting there to review that. And again, we just received this document today, so trying to understand. I mean, I have to say I'm a little surprised that you think that there is some open space that we're designated in our housing element for residential, because I didn't think that was part of our process. So that's why I'm not sure that.
I didn't think it was until today either, when I looked at the map.
Right.
And there may be, I may be coming back with other examples. I appreciate that the intent is not to do that. But if we're going to say what triggers a vote, we should say what triggers a vote. And that brings us to Mr. Ferris's second memo.
Right. But again, we're trying to look at the constraints that we have. And so we do mention SOAR, but I guess I don't know if it's a moot issue, because if we're not going to be proposing building in our housing element in open space, I don't know how these are triggered. And therefore, I'm not sure the need to expand upon that in much more detail.
Maybe Chairman Newman can look up that provision while we take a break, or the map, and then come back and identify that area.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. I can show you the delta between the current and the proposed maps during the break. Were there any other written comments that staff wanted to respond to? I know you've responded to the spoken ones.
My responses were for both some of the spoken and the written.
Okay. It is coming up on 8:50 now. I propose we take a 15-minute recess here, come back at 9:05. If that's agreeable to all, we'll come back and discuss this among the commission then. Not hearing any objection? We're in recess.
No objections.
We're in recess till 9:05.
Well, we're all here.
Yes, we are. And I see the dice. If someone from staff could let us know if we're ready to go.
All clear on my end for Zoom.
Okay, I think TOTV is set up. We see the dice. So let's resume. Before I close the public hearing and go to commissioner comments, first let me check with other commissioners if there are any other questions of staff. Not seeing any.
Commissioners Lanson and Bus both have questions.
Ah, okay. Commissioner Buzz, start with you since I see you first.
All right, let me go here. I want to go through a couple of questions I've got on things just for clarification on my own part.
So, sorry, can you start again? Your audio is coming in and out.
Oh, sorry. I have a couple of clarification questions that I just want to ask of staff. So I'm going to go through them quickly. One was the description of low resource areas. Ms. Tam, you mentioned that in your presentation as well. And state's asking us to address that. Can you explain that a little further for me?
Sure. As part of the affirmatively furthering fair housing requirement, the state has quote unquote adopted the designation of census tracts based on the state tax credit allocation committees. They have a specific analysis of each census tract, whether it's considered low resource or moderate resource or high resource or concentrated with poverty, based on a variety of factors like access to good schools, access to jobs, and also environmental hazard and a bunch of like scoring. And so that's the allocation we're looking at.
So my question would be, are they saying to us that we are putting all of our mixed use and building in areas that are considered low resource as opposed to high resource areas?
They want to make sure that the housing element, when you pick sites for the RHNA, that you have a better distribution. And when we pick sites, we have that in mind. And that's also part of the reason why for larger sites, we want to make sure that it's a mixed income strategy, that you're not focusing a lot of units. And we try to also not, even though the mall may be very large and we didn't just kind of do, have an easy way out and say, okay, the entire mall can be redeveloped and we can get 1,000 units there. We didn't want to do that kind of strategy. So we want to make sure that the units are distributed throughout the city. And if it's a large site, we encourage a mixed income strategy. So.
Okay, so and the state's in agreement with that? We were successful in doing that? Or is that a criticism of the state, is my question?
They want us to make sure that we do a better analysis to show them that it is the case, and that's why we have redistributed some of the sites.
You have moved stuff around as a result of their comment.
Right.
Okay, that makes sense to me. The other question I have for staff in general is, I saw both in writing and we've heard in the public comments this evening, questions about addressing both the environmental impact and the use of localized union labor. I believe that you've already addressed this, Mr. Holt, but my understanding is this document is not necessarily tailored to deal with those elements, correct? That is stuff that would be part of our general plan or specific city code, correct?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure I understood that.
And actually to add, Mr. He/Her actually did the more of a formal response regarding the union labor point.
And Mr. Buss, I would just add that for the environmental, and I did see that as well, Mr. Buss, about the concern about the environmental report and wanted to make sure that they were notified and participate. This project, this particular document, this housing element is exempt. We're asking that you find it exempt under 15061, I believe, which is really the common sense exemption. This isn't a project. We're not building anything today where there's no project here. This is a general concept, policy concept, a document, and therefore it's really not something subject to CEQA. So I think that person had a misunderstanding of what, or maybe it was just a general document that they send to all the different entities, maybe that are doing either a general plan or housing element. Maybe I can't speak for them, but they were mistaken that we were doing some type of environmental for this particular document. We are not.
And yeah, that's what I'd follow up with Ms. Tam, because obviously you do these documents for a large number of municipalities in the state. And my question would be, do other municipalities put specific language in there regarding environmental impacts or the use of localized union labor? Is that something that you've experienced in these documents?
The unionized local labor, this particular organization has been petitioning for the similar policy in probably every jurisdiction that's doing the housing element. But I think most have decided that it is really a bigger city policy discussion. If the city chooses to have that kind of policy, it should apply to all types of construction. It shouldn't just apply to residential construction. So it's usually not dealt with in the housing element. I have not seen any city particularly added that policy in the housing element. It doesn't preclude that the city from discussing it in a bigger scope, but for the housing element itself, it's not necessarily it's not necessarily fair to just focus it on one type of construction and not other type of construction. Relating the now I got lost. What is the second comment?
It was regarding the environmental report.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me. Most jurisdictions either do a negative declaration or some cities do an exemption. Very rarely would jurisdictions do a more robust environmental, particularly when you're doing a general plan update. And this housing element does not authorize any construction, and approving the housing element does not adopt the general plan either. And so that's the reason why adopting the housing element does not have any environmental impact. The general plan, when you adopt it, will actually make the land use plan a reality. Right now, it's still a conceptual.
Okay, so that makes sense to me. I am going to follow that up with the same question about accessibility. We had a number of people asking about making sure that we dealt with accessibility. That would be something that would fall more square under the general plan that we're going to be updating, correct? And I'll ask that of either Mr. Holt or Mr. Ayer.
And if I can ask people to accessibility of units or accessibility to.
Yeah, we're talking about accessibility and affordability of units being combined. That was the public speaker was asking about. Is that something that we need to put in this housing element as a focus?
The housing element has a lot of program actions that focuses on affordability and facilitating affordable housing construction. So that is appropriate place to talk about affordability if there is a request to do more than what we have included in the housing element. But I'm not entirely sure what exactly is the more that they're asking for.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out is, what can somebody tell me what bullets we have in the gun to make these things happen as a planning commission? What do we have as a city that we can use to make our statement of inclusivity, of our statement of our dedication to finding workforce housing, to finding low-income housing? Is there something that we have that we haven't already put in here? And I see from the blank looks that may be something we're going to have to philosophize over some other time.
If I may add sorry.
Well, Commissioner Buss, you kept referring to accessibility. Are you talking about like ADA accessibility, or are you just talking more globally, making housing accessible?
Very specifically, a parent said that she has a developmentally disabled child that's going to outlive her.
Okay.
And she's concerned that child will not have a place in our community. That's very.
All right, that's the person that you're referring to.
Sounds like ADA accessibility.
Yes.
No, not at all. This is about finding a place in our community for people who aren't necessarily, being thought of at this time.
Now I understand that comment a little better. The housing element certainly speaks to housing for persons with disabilities and persons with special needs, and part of our beefing up of the housing element is to focus on people who are extremely low income, people with special needs. One of the major issue the city has in terms of providing for affordable housing is money. Funding is the most difficult. Sites is another issue. You pretty much you pretty much resolve the site issue with the general plan by zoning more opportunities for it in the future. But with the land use, with the inclusionary policy and the linkage fee policy, you're generating more funding. And so I think as part of that, when you are doing your inclusionary or linkage fee program, you have the opportunity to focus how that funding can be spent and how to prioritize the spending of that funding when you update the inclusionary and linkage fee programs.
Okay, and is that something that we have explicitly drawn out in this document? Or is that something that we do need to explicitly draw out in this document?
We could, if that's the direction we're given.
So we have not been given ourselves that direction is what I'm hearing you say, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we've gone through this entire document and now we're less than a month away from our final deadline. And this is the first time it's come up in conversation?
The special needs population has an emphasis in the program. It doesn't have the emphasis of spending the fee that you don't have right now.
Okay, so we've got it addressed, but we just don't have the fees addressed.
Right.
So we have an intent, but we don't know where the money's coming from. Does that sound about right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm just looking for the answer. I don't think we're going to be able to rewrite all of this evening. Then moving on, my next question would be, I think, Mr. Holt, you addressed the annual report issue. The concern would be that if we do a public presentation of an annual report of our progress, that if anybody wanted to amend any element of it, that we would basically be looking at a process of recertifying the document again, correct?
Yeah, correct. I mean, I think the first part of your statement I just wanted to clarify is, I mean, yeah, we already do our annual progress reports to City Council. And what we were hearing as a proposal was something in addition to that, was a separate kind of stakeholders meeting to basically do the evaluation based on, the people who were involved, the nonprofit groups, the housing advocacy groups, as well as, market rate developers are some of the people they listed. The issue with that is that program that they had written was to come up with improvements and take those through the adoption process with Planning Commission and City Council on an annual basis. And that would imply amending the housing element if there were improvements to be made. And, the Planning Commission and City Council agreed with that. Ultimately, that would basically mean you would amend the housing element objectives potentially annually. And you would have to go through a certification process again with HCD on that very particular objective.
So obviously that would be a tremendous ask of staff resources.
Correct. I mean, yeah, you would have staff resources. I mean, yeah.
So then, but could we make the report itself an element of our Planning Commission meetings? Just a presentation of it? For everyone's edification?
Oh, sure. I mean, we did, last Yeah, I mean, last year we did that. We brought it to you, more informational because there wasn't necessarily like a recommendation or anything necessary, but it was more of an informational as a premise to the upcoming RENA cycle and the housing element that we're talking about now. So, I mean, that could be certainly be, another opportunity for public input on the housing element and its annual progress is to allow, another opportunity for public input at Planning Commission. I think that's something that could be included.
I think that would be awesome. So if you guys can find a way to put that on the schedule once a year, that would be great. And I think that it's very logical that we don't want to recertify ourselves every year, but it's just a good way to get this information out to the public in a very, literally, we're the citizen oversight group. I think a lot of times when people are commenting in the public comments, they think that we are part of staff with you, when really we are the faces of the public looking at what staff's doing. And so presenting it to us, I think, and then having public comment available would be a great outreach. So I do endorse that idea, and I do totally understand what your reservations are, and I don't think that we need to go a step beyond and try to reinvent the wheel every year. So that's that one. And then, Mr. Ayer, I just wanted to ask you about the Kennedy Wilson IMT comment from Mr. Cohen.
Yes.
So if I understood you correctly, the reason they are not included in this specific package is because they are already in process basically on a separate highway. I guess would be the metaphor I'd go with. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Not including them in this document does not mean in any way, shape, or form that the city is discarding those projects. This is not a negative.
That is a very correct statement. We are going through a very intense process with both of them too. Just like you would do if, again, assuming we're into the housing element, assuming we weren't doing a general plan amendment, they come and they say, I have a commercial property, I want to make this residential. What's the process I go through? Again, Thousand Oaks is unique because we have, or different because we have Measure E, for example. So we have this process, correct? But they're doing that, and they made the decision obviously years ago to do those things. And again, not knowing that there's a risk in the future whether they would get zoned for residential in those parcels with a general plan amendment anyway. So they went with this process, which is totally appropriate, totally permitted under our code and our policies, and that's what they've done.
Okay, so there's no net negative for them not being included.
No, yeah.
And it would not benefit them in any way, shape, or form to include them in this document.
Right. They got the initiation for having this process like the traditional way, and that's what we're doing with them.
All right, I believe that is everything I want.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Buss. We'll move on to Commissioner Lanson.
Thank you, Chair Newman. Oddly enough, a lot of the same questions that Commissioner Buss had. I'll try to make it short, though. Mr. Holt, in terms of the reporting, I think the comment essentially was the annual performance review sounds like it may have come up as a consent item calendar issue for the City Council. And again, I agree. And I was going to ask whether or not it could be a study session from a factual basis just to make sure that we have a ongoing public involvement. Because again, at the end of the day, I think I agree that we have an indispensable party here, and that's the owners and the developers. But as Commissioner Buss said, we're the only outlet for the public to actually have a forum to actually talk about these issues. So is that something that is doable from a fact-finding basis?
Well, certainly. I mean, in terms of, presenting the APR to the Planning Commission and allowing, a session to allow public input and dialogue about it, certainly. And, in terms of the City Council and it being on consent calendar, that may have been a past practice. I know that as part of the annual progress report procedures and law is that you have to allow the opportunity for public input. So yeah, on consent calendar, it may make a little extra effort for someone to, participate, but we can look at that going forward.
I've just learned as we keep saying, we are public outreach and we are the closest thing that people have to a government, whether it's local or even higher up, and no matter what the issue is. So if it's some way we can have that discussion, I'd be in favor of that if that's possible to include that as an issue. Mr. Heer, you indicate, we're back to the IMT and Kennedy Wilson. Just following along with Commissioner Buss, even though they may not be listed as pending, if they build units that fit within the parameters, those units are added into the pool, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it's just basically, it's just not listed in that way, but then the units are still counted. And then I can come back to you, Mr. Holden, and this is kind of the $64,000 question. Right now, we don't have these additional energy and environmental requirements. We don't have the union requirements. We don't have a lot of other things. And yet, over the last 7 years, we've added less than 100 units per year, right?
Yes.
And so, again, just to confirm, your concern is by adding these additional issues, which, by the way, I'm totally in favor of trying to find those ways to make things environmentally safe, to make it obviously less fire prone, given the fact that this was taken actually after a fire. But the concern you're saying is that ultimately it may raise the cost to the point where we don't even get anybody that wants to build these things. Is that it? You're muted.
Yes, that's correct. I mean, to basically add regulations that may increase construction costs, or a further constraint on the production of housing. So we don't want to necessarily invite that at this juncture. I think it's something that would need to be evaluated further and probably best discussed at the time that the city is updating the local building code requirements in conjunction with, the every 3-year adoption of the new California Green Building Code.
It just seems to be putting us in such a difficult spot of picking one or the other, because it doesn't seem like we can get both done. And to that extent, I think somebody else commented, we are checking off a box. We're trying to satisfy these state requirements. But anyway, so thank you. No further questions.
Are there other commissioner questions, comments of staff? Okay, well, I've got just a couple more. I do have the maps that we were talking about. Before I get to those, I want to endorse the comments made by Commissioners Buss and Lanson. I don't recall prior to last March seeing that RHNA table. Last March, staff presented that table from the previous cycle, and I found that very helpful. And a number of members of the public I've shared that with had as well. And on what Mr. Holt called an informational basis is fine, but I think it would be a very useful tool as a level set to review at least annually where we're at in terms of this is how many above moderate income units we're producing versus how many low or very low income units we're producing. And I'm not saying we should produce one or the other. I'm saying it's useful to the public to know where we're at with that.
Oh, Chair, excuse me, but I believe that, that's part of the regular reporting is, that's almost one of the main purposes of the annual report is to state what building permits have been issued for what income categories and how they help meet the RHNA. So I'm not sure what was being missed in the previous annual report presentations.
So there was more emphasis or more discussion around the one table about the 8-year RHNA cycle.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean.
That was done last March.
And so we added a little bit extra because of this upcoming housing cycle and
Yes.
the dramatic change in the amount of RHNA that the city received.
Yes.
So I see what you mean. Okay.
But even above and beyond that, how much higher the current cycle requirements are. I thought it was very instructive to look at the previous cycle as well. I treated that, if you will, as our report card and said, okay, well, here's how we're doing in each category. And it put numbers for each year and for each category. And I found that a very useful graphic. And I think it would be constructive to look at that each year. And, for what it's worth, I appreciate that staff sends out a development activity report every month. And I do tweet out a link to that every month. But that's a very detailed project by project document. It doesn't have the summary that table did. In one table, you get a high level view of where we're at in terms of housing production. So I endorse the idea of an annual review of that. I wanted to follow up on something you said earlier, Mr. Holt, and I think a question Mr. Lanson, Commissioner Lanson asked, in stating why staff is not too crazy about reinstating in lieu fees now, or putting percentage requirements on around affordable housing. You said, and I'm quoting here, quote, "The fee may not be palatable." And my question is, palatable to whom?
To the decision makers. So Chair Newman, if you may, what I'm trying to say is that the feasibility and nexus study, we've asked the consultants, as far as the request for proposals, to do a complete analysis of all options to present to the Planning Commission. That includes the fees, the percentages that's required per the housing, and when and where, where does, low income work best versus, different income categories and different scales of projects. And so there might be multiple factors. And, I think the statement I made was, ultimately it is the decision makers. And if the push is to require development to build it, that may be ultimately the decision. Staff, we have not formulated a recommendation one way or another of how the inclusionary housing ordinance would go forward.
Okay, so it's not the case then. We're not doing this at this time because it's not palatable to property owners or developers.
No, not whatsoever.
We're doing this on a regulatory basis. We're trying to come up with a new set of regulations.
Correct.
And we want whatever fees we eventually do decide upon and whatever percentage requirements we decide upon to be palatable to the policymakers.
Well, the recommendation isn't necessarily to be what's most I can't guess what people's palates are. I guess, and that probably was not the right word, but the thing is that the study is there to provide a recommendation based on factual evidence as far as what percentages and what dollar amounts make sense. In terms of an in lieu fee, what is the cost for construction of housing? And does that fee represent that? And is that a fee that ultimately the city council would want to allow to occur?
Okay, as long as this is a policy discussion, I'm good. I appreciate your clarifying that.
Mr. Chair, may I interject one thing?
Ms. Finley.
Clarify?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me. One thing is with the inclusionary housing, well, there's 2 points I want to make. One is that in order to impose a fee, we have to have a nexus study, and we can't do it without that. So that's the first steps. That is underway. We're not postponing this, it's underway. And I think Mr. Holt put it this way, that this is really, the time frame is really a backstop. It's not that's our goal. We hope to have it finished sooner than that. So the inclusionary housing is high on our list. You probably noticed, I think it was in the staff report, there's, I think, 17 programs and 43 objectives. So we're trying to prioritize them and get as much done as we can, but I don't think we can get them all done in the first 2 years with the general plan update and process. So anyway, we're working hard at it, and it is a high priority for staff as well.
I'm delighted to hear that, because I think there is, as we've heard in comments tonight, there is very strong public sentiment toward, and not just at this meeting, and I hear this a lot, toward restoring or putting teeth back into our inclusionary housing. So I appreciate all the efforts that you're doing to get that done. And then the last thing, if I can get screen sharing to work before we close the meeting. You had asked for sample maps. And do you all see my screen? I see heads nodding, that's good.
Yes.
Great. So this is just a small example. I believe there are others that are larger, but this is the transportation center up here
In red?
in red. Yep.
I believe that's the freeway. Blue would
That
be-
is the freeway.
Okay, sorry. This is the area below that. Anyway, this is the current map. This is
Chair
before.
Newman,
Yes,
I'm sorry. May I interject?
yes,
So it appears that you are looking at a GIS layer or a JPEG of what was a GIS layer that was provided maybe on the general plan website back when we were doing surveys of land use alternatives.
right.
The preferred land use map is a static map, and it was finalized in December. I mean, there was the preferred land use map that went to City Council in May, but then there was some finalization and corrections made. And that has been posted on the TOKES 24 website on December 15th of 2021. And that is the City Council endorsed map. And actually, it is reflective. The blue area is the transit center, and the green area is the open space.
Right.
And so
Well, in
that
the
and
current map-
the preferred land use map that is on the general plan website represents that open space area, if that's the example that you're presenting.
It's not. It's not. This is the preferred. And you see,
No, that is not the preferred land use map.
So you're saying with additional open space is the preferred one?
Chair Newman, the preferred land use map is not in GIS.
Okay.
I don't know what you're looking at an earlier version of a map, I believe, that was soliciting public input.
Okay. I will go back and check the one on the TOK site.
Please do, because and so do you have any other examples? Because we would really like to know, because
No, but if I find any, again.
Can I continue? Because statements continue that we are changing open space. And as we have stated, the intent is not to do that, nor does the housing element propose to do anything to the matter. So if there is something out there that needs to be corrected, we would like to address that now.
Great. I would like that as well. So I will first, I think a first step is go check the preferred map on you said it was posted in mid-December on the TOK site?
Yeah.
Chair Newman, if I might be able to share my screen, I have that map up.
I have it up as well, but I didn't want to go there, but go ahead.
Yeah, no, it is correct. It is shown as open space.
Okay, great. I'm glad to hear that.
Actually, we added some open space next to that because there's some city-owned parcels that will never be developed, and it would actually be a continuation of the open space too, as well. So.
Okay. I think the high-level point you've established here is that you're not looking to convert open space or golf courses or parks for residential use. Is that something we can agree on?
Definitely. That's what we've been saying.
Great. Okay, terrific. Well, with that, I'm going to close the public hearing and open it up for commissioner comments or a motion. Commissioners?
If there's no objections, I'd like to go ahead and make the motion.
Commissioner Lang.
All right, let me do some reading here. I move to adopt resolution recommending City Council approval of the 2021-2029 housing element update, and to determine that pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA guidelines, the project is categorically exempt pursuant to Government Code Section 15061, paragraph B3.
Commissioner comments. I see Commissioner Buss's hand up.
I'd like to thank staff for all of the work and our Ms. Tam. for all of the work they've done to put this together, to get it to the states, to deal with the complications that they've had getting feedback from the state. I really appreciate the work we've done for it, and I appreciate the time that you've spent this evening clarifying this document for both me and the public at large. I feel like I'm walking away with this with a much better understanding of what we've got going on than I did going into it. And so I look forward to voting for it, and I hope it goes through the city council.
Commissioner McMahon.
Yes, I also want to thank the staff and my fellow commissioners. There was a lot of work involved. And I just want to make the comment that this public meeting was extremely useful because there was a lot of information out there that the public didn't understand. I didn't understand that inclusionary housing and how it's in process. This has been a very useful meeting and a lot of things got aired out. And I just want to say my appreciation for everything that's gone on tonight. And I will vote for it.
Commissioner Lansing.
I share the views of my prior commissioners and their comments. Again, this is a Herculean effort in terms of getting it done. I think Commissioner Lake even said it's amazing to get it done in a month from HCD's letter. It is an amazing process to go through. I thank everybody for putting it together. I think what Commissioner McMahon said is true in terms of us going through this process. Again, I don't think anybody is going to say they got everything. I think there's lots of balancing that went forward in this process. But I think this is the best we can do under the circumstances. Again, trying to satisfy the state's requirements, trying to find ways to motivate affordable housing and everything else going into that. So with that, I will support the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner. I too want to echo the comments of all the other commissioners in giving thanks to staff and to Ms. Tam, our consultant, for all the hard work. Not only did you do this in a month, you did this in a month that also had the holidays thrown in. So great job in terms of pulling this all together. I'm not able to support the document as is. Mr. Heher said at the outset that this is a policy document. And there's one policy that's missing here, and that's something that ties our new mixed use housing to affordable housing. And with that one addition of policy, I would be able to support this document. If we could add a policy goal that the new mixed use category and any associated updates to the zoning ordinance must include restrictions in order to meet our RHNA goals for affordable housing, and also the city council priority to do everything we can to produce more affordable housing, I would be able to support this document. I don't know if procedurally we can reopen the hearing and have that additional policy added to this. If we can, I'd be willing to support this and it'd be a unanimous vote. Otherwise, I would not be willing to support this document.
Certainly, Chair Newman, it's within your right to ask for that. Again, it would be something that you would have to vote on to add that. I'm not sure, just based on what I heard so far tonight, that after the motion was made, that you would have that. But certainly, if you wanted to do that, you could open it up again and have that discussion and have staff's input and have a vote to add that aspect to it. I think we'd need a lot more clarity as to what you were specifically asking for. And again, I will say, based on what I heard from staff again, I think, well, let me just put it this way, from all the information in the supplemental, all the information we received, certainly the Planning Commission has the information they need to move this matter forward as the motion has been made by Mr. Link. So certainly from the supplemental, there's nothing in the supplemental that would change that ability to do that. And obviously with the motion is being done. But technically, if you wanted to do that, you could do that and have a motion to see if you wanted to add anything, or maybe do a straw vote now to see if that would even make sense for the other commissioners. But just from what I heard already, I think they've made a decision to move it forward as is.
I agree with you, Mr. Heer. I do think there is sufficient information to move forward with a vote. That's not the objection I raised. I raised an objection to something that's missing and something that our history over many years has suggested we're not very good at doing, which is, in this case, is enforcing something that the current city council for the current year and for the next year has set as a priority. And that's to actually put some teeth in affordable housing. And I don't think these pie in the sky goals of nearly half of the mixed use allocations being 100% affordable housing, I think that's a fiction, to be frank. I don't think it's going to happen. But I do think we can get closer to that, and we can get closer to meeting our RHNA targets. And we can do more to stave off the state and have more local control if we do something affirmative to tie production of mixed use housing to a requirement that it include affordable housing. That's all I'm asking for. And I do think your idea about a straw vote among commissioners, if there's interest in this, I'm willing to go back and open up and hammer out one sentence that says that. But if not, I can just vote no on this and proceed.
Chair Newman.
So I see three other commissioners with their hands up. So I'll start left to right. Commissioner Link.
So hopefully, if I didn't get a chance to talk again, and my moving making the motion was an implicit endorsement of the amount of staff time that was required for this Herculean effort, and thank God this only comes every 10 years, right? And more than likely hasn't come before.
8 years. It's worse than that. 8 years.
Oh, 8 years. Excuse me. Well, it probably takes you 10 years to ramp up. I think it's important to note what this document is and what it isn't, and what it does and what it doesn't. We've handled in the past, and in most jurisdictions, practically all the jurisdictions that I've worked for have handled inclusionary housing elements and affordable housing as part of an ordinance. And I think that is the most appropriate venue, the most appropriate instrument to handle those kinds of requirements. So in my estimation, I don't think that this is the most appropriate instrument or venue for this. This is a policy document that is intended to address how we plan to accomplish what the state is requiring us. And that's basically how these general plans have come down. Now, I don't, because these things are, again, done every 8 years, that we want to tie ourselves to inclusionary housing or to affordable housing every 8 years. Otherwise, we will be looking at recertifying this document every time we want to make a change to any kind of affordable housing component or any kind of component that this element addresses, whether it's housing for farm workers or for seniors or for disabled persons. We don't want to do that. And I don't think that this would be the best way of doing it. However, what we can do is amend an ordinance fairly often. That's easy to do. Now, granted, staff will hate me for saying that because I've written any number of staff reports myself, and yeah, it's not a small thing to get an ordinance through, but it's certainly a lot easier than going through HCD, especially now knowing that not a lot is moving through HCD, and we didn't even get the attention that we probably deserved or wanted as part of this process. So that said, I mean, again, I don't think that I would be looking to amend my motion to include anything that would address affordable housing. And I think the best way of going about it would be through an ordinance process.
So therefore, Chair, I would just say that the motion is on the floor, and that was Mr. Link's point was the one that I was waiting for, which is he wouldn't amend his motion. So that is the motion currently on the floor, and that's what you would be voting on.
Okay, I want to respond with 2 points to what Commissioner Link said and to his motion. One is that I agree with him that the inclusionary housing ordinance is the right place to implement inclusionary housing. That's the place where things like what in lieu fees are or what percentage of units should be affordable. That's not what this is about. As Mr. Heer said at the beginning of the evening, this is a policy document. And if we're not committing to a policy that ties the vast expansion of housing, and we are adding a whole new category of mixed use here, to inclusionary housing, where else would we do that policy? Where else, if we're not serious about doing this, we're not doing it here, we're not doing it, and we should say so. And that's my objection to the omission of that policy in this document, not particulars policy. Moving on, I think Mr. Commissioner Buss has his hand up.
Yeah, so I just want to add in kind of my 2 cents. I followed what Mr. Link said, and I agree wholeheartedly. But the other concern I'd have with doing anything to restrict mixed use as a new element in what the city design is that I believe our intent by creating mixed use zones is to give the landholders, the owners, as much freedom as possible to reimagine what their property can be. And I think that by trying to put, like literally box them in on things, we could be discouraging residential growth and encouraging commercial instead in places where they have the freedom to do that. And thus by putting restrictions on what their residential options are, we could inadvertently encourage all of that mixed use zoning to become commercial. And that may defeat kind of the purpose of creating a mixed use area in the first place. So I think that at this point, especially since we're very early in our city's adoption of the idea of mixed use, we have to let that kind of see what that's going to be organically, what the market's going to bring to us, what developers think is viable, what people want really. And we've only seen one project come to fruition so far, 1710 on the Boulevard. I know that they got their residential knocked out like that, but my understanding is I still don't see anything as far as their commercial space. And so I suspect there's a strong possibility that places that are considered mixed use right now may find that they're leaning more heavily towards residential development than they would be toward the commercial spaces and elements therein, just based upon that single development. But at the same time, I think we have to let the market kind of give us an idea of where that's going to be and maybe revisit that idea 8 years from now. I don't know if it's something that I'd want to put a restriction on today. And with that long,
I appreciate that, Commissioner Buss. I appreciate that, but I want to push back just a little bit and play devil's advocate here. There's a table in this document, table C8, that identifies 88 parcels for mixed use with very low and low income. And nearly half of those 88 parcels, 40 of them, are for projects that are 100% very low income or low income. So aren't we already imposing a tremendous number of conditions here? All I'm asking for is to say, this is our policy.
those are projects already in process, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I don't think so. Table
No.
C8, no.
No,
The intent is to identify the sites that would have the potential for development. It is not a framework. They are not held to that. It's just how is it that we are going to meet our numbers? So the sites are identified. Yes, they're identified as potentially having 100% affordable housing based on where they're located, what the zoning is, informed through Ms. Tam. They are not restricted to that development.
No, they're not. But my quibble is with the notion that we shouldn't be imposing restrictions when, in fact, we're saying we're going to facilitate nearly half of these projects as very low income.
I think we're ready for a vote.
Yeah.
All right.
We only need to identify them.
Okay. Well, I don't believe that we will be producing. I believe Table C8 is a fiction, and unless we put some teeth in this document, that the goals that we all share, that we would like to have housing for people at all levels of our society, we're not doing our jobs to carry that out if we approve this document as is. And the reason I'm saying that is because that's been our history for a long time. We have a chance to change that tonight. We're not going to do it, I understand, but that's what we could do here. Anyway, with that, I'll ask the clerk to prepare us for a vote.
Commissioner Buss. I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Lanson,
Aye.
Commissioner Link,
Aye.
Vice Chair McMahon,
Aye.
Chair Newman.
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1, Chair Newman voting no.
Thank you. There is no appeal period on a recommendation by the Planning Commission to the council. Moving on to department reports. Do we have any department reports of staff?
No department reports.
Thank you, Ms. Finley. Moving on to commissioner comments and AB 1234 reports. Commissioners? Commissioner Lanson.
Just a quick question to staff. I know we're getting some new software supposedly for meetings. I was just wondering the status of that. As to when we're not going to have to go look online so we can make notes and things on the applications.
If I may, Chair, the new software is in development. We'll bring back to you at your next meeting, sort of update of where we are with that. We just have to verify with the city clerk who's implementing that plan.
Thank you.
Other commissioner comments? I've just got a question for staff just to confirm something. Commissioner Lanson and I both saw over the break that the Timber School project developer has listed that for sale. And I just want to confirm that that does not in any way change the conditions that we imposed on the project, that it's still 200 something apartment units and a hotel on a separate parcel. Is that still the case, even if it's sold?
That would be the case. They entered into a development agreement, and as part of that development agreement, if they assign it to somebody else or there's a new owner, it's anticipating that that could happen. And so they would be obligated, the new owner would be obligated to comply with that development agreement, which has those specific details as you mentioned.
Excellent. I appreciate that confirmation. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Planning Division Manager Finley, are there any follow-up announcements, items, upcoming issues?
Thank you, Chair Newman. Yes, I have a couple of announcements on upcoming items that may be of interest to the Commission. Tomorrow evening, among other things, the City Council will consider an initiation request for a zone change to consider a building height overlay for a hotel on a parcel at the Jan's Marketplace. Also on Wednesday evening, there will be an EIR, an environmental impact report scoping meeting at 6 p.m. for the proposed development at the former Kmart site. Information is available on the Planning Division website. You can click on the Planning Division environmental and then the notice of preparation for the project for any interested persons to register for that virtual meeting. And then the last announcement I have is that we mentioned this during the hearing, is that a request for proposal was released soliciting proposals for the background studies needed to update inclusionary housing. So that effort is underway. And that's my general announcements. To want me to continue with Planning Commission meetings?
Yes, please.
As of today, it looks like there are not any agenda items for January 24th Planning Commission, so that meeting will likely be canceled. But on February 7th, we have 2 items which are separate and unrelated requests for special use permits for dog kennel and training facilities, just by chance. And that's all I have for updates this evening. Thank you.
When will we know if that's in person or back on Zoom?
Kelvin, do you have any updates, or Patrick? I am not aware that that's going to change, but not in the near future, but I don't know.
Commissioner Lentz, at this time, I do not know. I know it's fluid and it's just based on status of how it's going along the county right now. I don't know if Mr. Parker has anything else to add, but I don't have any new information, unfortunately, right now to answer your question in more detail.
The same. I do not have any additional information other than what Patrick has just shared.
Thank you. Are there any other comments before we adjourn? Very good. Thank you all. And the meeting is now adjourned to our next meeting, possibly January 24th or possibly 2 weeks after that. Thank you. Good evening, Thousand Oaks.